Arvind, can you hear me?
Oh, hey, yes, I can hear you.
All right. So, yep, it's time for the show. I guess we can hide this overlay, and you and me can join, right?
Yeah, sure.
Hi, Shreyash. Just give us a minute. We are kind of setting up the talks.
Oh, hey, Razor. I think we are good to go now. I mean, audience is joining.
Yes, we are good to go, and we can see a couple of our friends already hopped in. Right? So I guess we are good to share our video streams.
Yeah, yeah.
Hi. Hey Arnim, hi friend, how are you? And how's everything going there? Looking fine, man. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Check your mic.
Yeah, now am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Perfectly fine.
yeah, great. So, yeah, I mean, I just woke up about an hour ago, and I've been
Mhm.
just really occupied with some work.
Okay, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's kind of 10 a.m. in the morning,
yeah,
and it's in different time zones. I guess it's pretty early, I guess, or pretty late. I guess
yeah.
so. Some of our friends would be finding it a bit difficult to hop in, but yes, we can say thank you for their participation and sharing the knowledge. And we are looking forward to see them all, and looking forward to a great event. So,
Yeah.
let's get things started, right?
Yes.
So, yes, it's our new year, like second year of UnChained. So, like, what do you think about it? Like, where are we right now? Like the position in the security space, or like let's talk about Unchained in general, right? So
Sure.
let's talk about what have we seen in this like, 1 year from our past event. So what are your views? Then I can add my views into it.
Yeah, sure. So, like, firstly, I would like to start with, talking about the recent hacks
Mm-hmm.
that occurred in the year 2021. Like, according to
Mm-hmm.
various reports, I mean, the number ranges from $10 billion to 12 or even $15 billion in total damages, including your exploits, rug pulls, all types of phishing scams, and all that, etc., etc. Right?
Mm-hmm.
But only if we talk about hacks, the number approximately stands on $2 billion, right? So that's a
Mm-hmm.
huge number. So, going through the statistics highlighted from various industry reports, I mean, we
Mm-hmm.
definitely need a kind of an conference or basically an event or open source
Mm-hmm.
community initiative to
Mm-hmm.
highlight the various issues that comes along with the development of such an critical
Mm-hmm.
applications on the blockchain. Maybe
Mm-hmm.
it could be like a DeFi lending protocol or any sort of protocol,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because like vulnerabilities exist in the code.
You're right.
We definitely need to encourage more and more people, especially the industry leaders, to come along, follow the way to educate people on how to prevent those
Mm-hmm.
hacks. Because
Correct.
these could have been prevented if the developers or the organizations
Mm-hmm.
had a proper global security practice in
Mm-hmm.
their organization, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
And
yes.
yes, yeah, yeah. Go on. Yeah, just complete your point. Yeah.
Yeah, and secondly, like we have, this last year we organized Unchained, which was a very first
Mm-hmm.
kind of first initiative. So we have
Mm-hmm.
definitely learned a lot from the
Mm-hmm.
1 year, and we are currently in
All
second
right.
year from our experience. Like we have evolved a lot. We
All
have
right.
more and more speakers joining us from global
Mm-hmm.
leaders and presenting their knowledge for the community. So yeah, I mean that has been a very exciting past year, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm very sure about this is going to be a more fascinating year. Um,
That is true.
that's
That is absolutely true, right? And talking about this journey, right? This 1 year journey of Unchained, like, has been great, right? And yes, you rightly pointed out that the space and security is comparatively less than the development side, right? Uh, like literally everyone wants to get into this space of right of crypto, of the crypto, the Web3 world, right? Everyone want to like make some money out of it, right? So everyone just got interested into the cool new tech stack, you can say. But yes, we are seeing less focus on the security side and more on the like let's put more projects into this space. Let's extract more money out of the Web3 tech stack. So this is the problem we are facing, because like many times we have seen protocols getting exploited because of the many you can say uh, basic bugs, right? You must have seen some public burn functions, right? uh, on Twitter, randomly hopping onto a timeline. We have seen a couple of projects, we have seen that it's like some burn function is publicly available, anyone can go ahead and burn anyone's token, right? Yeah, things like that. So this is all just, you can say, kind of lacking of knowledge, the lack of knowledge that we have, right? You can say kind of lack of knowledge, and kind of lack of, you can say, focus as well, right, on the security side. Yes, that's where we are, right? Secure projects.
yeah.
So that was the goal of our Unchained, and QuillAudits as well, RazzorSec as well. So we all are doing the same thing, promote security, right? So like we talked about Unchained, but we have not given our introduction, right, on him.
Yeah.
So
Of course.
why don't we introduce our, like whatever roles at QuillAudits and at RazzorSec, right?
Yeah.
So let me start with myself. So yeah, you all know me by the name Razor. So what I do basically, I am a smart contract auditor, at QuillAudits, and at QuillAudits is where we do all the crazy cool stuff, right? We secure projects, we do our security research, we make some new tools, strategy, collaborations, right? So all the crazy part into the security world is going on into the QuillAudits. We are trying our best to secure more and more projects. So right now, I guess we have secured more than 300, 400 plus projects, right? What do you
Yeah,
think, Arnim?
yeah, I mean
Correct.
that's more than
Yes.
400.
So that's the thing. And talking about my role at RazzorSec side, so yes, this is I can say community that we have developed. We both have developed, me and Arnim,
Yeah,
back in 2019. Again with the same aim. We had the same aim and the mind to promote security in the community as much as possible, and to encourage new joiners who are actually looking forward for a shift from Web 2 to Web 3, and finding it a bit difficult to get the organized knowledge, right?
right.
And to talk to someone more senior than them, right? To have some
Yeah.
discussions, all of them considering all of them in mind, we started this initiative, and here we are, right? It's 2022, so
Yes.
we are doing great. I hope so. And over to you, Arnim. What are your views?
Yeah, yeah, thanks a lot. So I'm like you would have known me by now. Like I'm Arnim Shukla, and I handle the growth and strategies part of QuillAudits.
Mm-hmm.
And secondly, like along with Razor, I helped form the community of RazzorSec basically back in 2019, because our main aim of establishing RazzorSec was because back in that time, you don't really had an access to a quality education regarding smart contract security,
Mm-hmm.
like let alone any other kind of education pertaining to blockchain security. So we were like, we interacted with a lot of people, and they were like, yeah, we're definitely interested to getting into this space, but we don't know how to get started. Like we don't know where to go, how to read. Not much of a YouTube videos are available at that time. So we just, generally identified a problem and just like, let's go with it. And we
Mm-hmm.
just collected all sorts of education materials, be it blogs, videos, or newsletters, and just started
Mm-hmm.
posting in our Discord. So like
Mm-hmm.
that's how we grow, and currently we are more than 1,500 people around the globe joining
Mm-hmm.
us at the time,
Mm-hmm. Right.
learning quality blockchain
That's
education.
yeah. That's an achievement for us, we can say.
Yeah,
And talking about the glorious side, yeah, we have seen a lot, starting from like 2018 and up till here, right? A couple of the very famous protocols and all. So yeah, it has been such an amazing journey right now, and yes, we are constantly growing with the same aim, right? Hoping uh, to have a secure Web3, right? And yes, that's was the vision of UnChained as well, and we tried our best to get the best speakers, and so that actually they can provide their research to us, right? So these kind of information is like pretty much unavailable on the internet, right? Like, but the first thing that I want to do is to appreciate their open source contributions, right? They do this like all day long, uh, talking about the Adrian, our crazy kid, I can say, sleepy there, right? So yeah, so these are such cool guys who share their contributions like each and every day and help the community. And I can say is TKK Sec is there, and he's also doing pretty amazing work on the right. And I know him from Immunifies this as well, right? I hope you remember that name, right? So yeah, so
yeah.
these are things.
I mean, we have a lot of guys joining us from various communities, like be it Immunify or any other. So yeah.
Mhm. Right. So okay, now let's discuss about the security space surname, right?
Sure.
So, what do you think? Let's talk about this journey, right? So, what have you observed in this security space, right? Talking about, let's talk about the different works that have been done by different communities. Like, let's pick up Imnify as well. Like, Imnify has done a great
Yes.
job into providing bug bounty opportunities into the free space. And yes, let's talk about the security space, right? How it evolved, right? How it evolved from from a mere nothing, right? Like if we go back 2 3 years and observe the security space, what was the security space at that point of time and what is now? Like, are we more concerned? Are we uh, giving more importance to security, or it is still the same, or like, what is going on? What have you observed?
Yeah, so like that's a really interesting question. So it's been like quite some time I've been working within the industry. So one thing like I have observed is like when the Ethereum initially launched the smart contracts, right? So it was a
Mhm,
kind of a revolutionizing initiative. It was like no one would have, I mean, have thought like anything could be more than any other aspect of the blockchain regarding financial inclusion, right? We
mhm,
knew the cryptocurrency aspect was there, right? When maybe I can send you let's say one Ethereum or any denomination, right?
mhm,
But by the
mhm,
inclusion of smart contracts, a whole new opportunity unlocked, right? You could focus
mhm,
more on financial inclusion
mhm.
for the
Right.
community, overall global community. So that unlock financial inclusion as well as building, enabling developers to build DeFi
Mhm,
protocols, right? I mean,
mhm,
you like can go endlessly on naming all of the sorts of protocols that are based on
mhm,
smart contracts. So since there we unlocked a new opportunity, we had an opportunity to include more people that
mhm,
simultaneously had more risk associated with it. uh,
mhm,
People like were very excited about that. Okay, like yeah, that's something very great thing. But as the
mhm,
community evolved, we also found new attack vectors. Like we
mhm,
came to know like yeah, we have to protect them. Like there's a thing known as smart contract audits, right?
mhm,
First came the smart contract audits, then
mhm,
slowly, gradually, the community evolved, attacks involved, the community again
mhm.
evolved, right?
Right.
So then more like brands like Immunify came. Basically,
Mhm,
first revolution was, I would say, like I would like to categorize them as a part of revolution.
mhm,
Would be like okay, smart contract audits. Then people attacks got more advanced, and people like we don't just need smart contract audits because they are not a silver
mhm,
bullet. We need more.
mhm,
So what can more could be done here? Then came the like alert monitoring tools. Basically, like there are
mhm,
like X event happened, then they trigger an alert. Like say
mhm,
external Oracle price manipulation happens, or maybe a flash loan, or
mhm,
let's say transaction has a gas fees exceeding X amount. So that could be a
mhm,
possible of an attack, right? It could be a coordinated
mhm.
attack on the DeFi protocol.
True.
So
True.
that also we saw two evolving. Then came
Mhm,
more bug bounty platforms like you said as
mhm,
Unify, right? And a
mhm.
lot of various others.
Right.
Then we are also focusing a kind of an incline towards the
Mhm,
insurance DeFi insurance segment. Like the industry is
mhm,
comparatively very small. I mean, like
mhm,
more like $1 billion, so that's a very small number.
mhm,
But we are still going towards it. So first
mhm,
we came from smart contract audits, then we evolved to monitoring alert
mhm,
tools. Now we have
mhm,
public review. Like there's also I mean I don't know if many people would be aware of that public peer review.
mhm.
It's more or less similar to
Okay.
bug bounty, but you throw it or your code to publicly and kind of a hackathon
Mhm,
you do. Then
mhm,
we have insurance. I mean, it's a very in
mhm,
the early stage, but we are still
mhm,
evolving on
mhm,
that. So
mhm,
there have been a lot of shift in the demands
mhm,
and awareness of
mhm.
the community and brands, and people are now started taking seriously, especially after the I mean $1 billion hacks have already occurred and millions of dollars are already
Right.
at stake. I mean, it's a daily
Mhm,
thing, right? So after
mhm.
that, I would say that people have got a lot more serious.
Right, right, true, true. And adding my views into it, like based on my experience of auditing, like the type of projects that I have audited till yet. So it's like I have a dilemma into this, and it's like I've seen two phases of the security, right? So one phase is like those developers don't have any idea, right, what they are doing. So let me give an example. It's like uh, some of the teams, what they do, they just copy, they do the copy pasting, right?
Yes,
They fork the project and just go with the launch, right? Simple as that, right? So like they, maybe they don't have enough knowledge, or you can say they trust the already deployed protocol, you can say, right? So it's
yes,
like
right,
they go on to the protocol code, because we know like on the public blockchains, so the code is like open source. Anyone can go ahead and just view the code, and or even go ahead and fork the code and make your own protocol, right? Simple
right,
as that. What they think, let me give you an example. Let's pick this compiler version. I'm going a bit technical. Let's pick up this compiler version. So some of the protocols, like some well-known protocols, were deployed, I can say, years back. And at that point of time, we can say the compiler versions were around 0.5, 0.4. The solidity at that point of time was pretty much in the developing stage, right? So there were a lot of bugs and a lot of things that were going on. So what people and what developers think, they think like by not having enough knowledge about solidity, or you can say the technical knowledge, so they think like if these well-known protocols are deployed with 0.5 or 0.4 compiler version, why don't we deploy our protocol with the same version? Because they think it, they take it like that, right? That compiler version must be the stable version, right?
right,
So why don't we do it for our own project, right? Even in the stage right now where 0.8 is the recommended one, they go ahead and deploy the protocol with 0.5 or 0.4, such old compilers having
yeah,
uh, well-known bugs in the compiler. And that is also fine somehow, not big much of a problem, because those well-known protocols are audited by different auditing
mhm,
firms, and have some reputation that they will not be having that much critical bugs. But still, what they do, what the developers do by copy pasting that code, they are like, yes, we know this protocol has already been audited, but they don't stop there. They
yes,
go ahead and add their own implementation in that contract, right? So it's
exactly.
like, if we add 2 4 functions of our own, इनको क्या ही पता चलेगा, right? So so it's like that. It's like that. So it's like, yeah, all of the contract has already been ordered. We are just adding our 2 3 functions, right? It's still the same, right? So they forget to consider, like, by adding those 2 functions, you are actually making changes in the business logic of the whole contract, right? You
Yeah.
have not considered how these 2 functions gonna affect the whole contract, right? So
Hmm.
that's how they get into trouble. And right, they don't even consider for like passing that contract to the auditor, right, by having the same methodology, same mindset, right? Oh, like, how bad it's gonna affect, because the protocol was already audited that I have forked, right? So that's that kind of mindset. And the second phase that I've seen of security is this awareness of security, right? We
Yeah.
have seen some very well-known protocols, some very well-known projects, which have been already deployed, which are live on the, you can say, chains, pick Ethereum, Binance, Avalanche, pick anyone, and they, like they are they have already spent some time and they're already serving their users and already serving their audience, but still organizing a bug bounty because they want to make sure that
Yes.
they're, they're not undiscovered bugs, right? Some hidden, you can say, DeFi logic bug that we have seen, like flash loans, right? Very uh, bad kid
Yeah.
in the market, you can say, right? Yeah, actually, flash loan is the crazy kid in the market, and flash loan is like I actually love flash loans. I actually love flash loans. It's like, go ahead, take any amount you want and just repay it back with some fees, and I'm happy with it, right? You can go ahead and do anything you want, right? So it's kind of that mindset. You can go ahead and take any amount you want and manipulate markets, go ahead and earn some quick money, and yeah, go ahead with that. Yeah, so these protocols want to make sure that they are constantly checking the security, right? Because the notion of security is such like, uh, they will there stays always a possibility, right, of undiscovered, you can say, logic, because this tech stack is constantly evolving, right?
Right.
Non-stop everything, something is changing day by day. Some new logic is coming into the market every day. New patches being implemented, new bugs being found, right? So many things are going, right? So many things are going in this space. So yeah, these are my observations that I got, and yeah, that's it. And yeah, what else? What else we have? Yeah. So what about uh, like different? You can say less different auditing firms, right? We have so many auditing firms, right? And we have like a constant need of more auditing firms so that they can support demand and supply, right? Demand and supply of projects that are coming. So, what are your views on that? What do you want to add onto it?
Yeah, so obviously, like as you said, right, developers are think that they are not. I mean, there's not a need to audit because we have
Mm-hmm.
seen a lot of projects, who are just fork of say Uniswap or
Mm-hmm.
any
Right.
other projects. They just fork it off from the GitHub, and they just
Mm-hmm.
add there, as like you said, add some their codes, and again they don't
Mm-hmm.
realize the fact that they are actually messing up with the business logic error, right? You just
Mm-hmm.
forked Uniswap, their business logic is different. You are adding your
Mm-hmm.
customizations in the code, which could be
Mm-hmm.
different logic, which also means
Mm-hmm.
that you are actually inviting more bugs, which could eventually get, I
Mm-hmm.
mean, could be result as of $1 million hack, right? So people just
Mm-hmm.
don't think that we actually need, because oh man, or like oh man, come on, like Uniswap is already audited,
Mm-hmm.
so audited. We are just doing a small little bit of changes, so we don't need. I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, this is the exact issue here, right? This
Mm-hmm.
mentality that needs to be changed. That
Mm-hmm.
no, I mean, like, even though you have just copied, forked a leading project, and even though you
Mm-hmm.
have made a small change in that, you are
Mm-hmm.
inviting hacks in that, and therefore
Mm-hmm.
you need a proper audit for your project.
Mm-hmm. You're right. That
And
is
then
true.
secondly, about your what coming to the next question, like there have been a lot of demand for the audit, smart contract audits, because we
Mm-hmm.
have seen a lot of blockchains are being developed on a regular
Mm-hmm.
basis or dealing with
Mm-hmm.
various problems.
Mm-hmm.
All are having smart contracts, which allows
Mm-hmm.
anyone to come on board and develop lending protocols or any sort of DeFi
Mm-hmm.
product, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we
Mm-hmm.
very much need a lot of new companies to come and serve the community, because there are a lot of players in the market, but
Mm-hmm.
the demand is such a huge that even they are unable to cater to the demands of the customers.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say, like, yeah, I mean, it's a completely demand and supply game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Correct. Correct. That is true. And like uh like give me some facts, right? Give me some statistics, right? So, what was like? Do you have any facts about how much money got like stolen? You can say exploited in the year back in 2021. Like, what was the ratio of that hacks stuff, right?
Yeah, sure.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, coming to the 2021, like, there have been various reports, right? I
Mm-hmm.
mean, some says like X amount was lost, some says like X amount, but majorly, roughly approximately, nearly $2 billion were lost in
Yeah, so
DeFi.
that's a very big number, right?
Right. In
Mm-hmm.
the hacks alone, I mean, like, I'm just not talking about all sorts of rug pulls, phishing scams, and all
Mm-hmm.
that sorts. That's
Mm-hmm.
close ends up getting us close to 10 to $12 billion, which is again itself is a huge amount, right? I
Mm-hmm.
mean, there's a lot of money at stake, and
Mm-hmm.
interestingly, I mean, I just think that this needs to be taught. Like in the 2021, as we saw, it was, I would like to classify it as a booming year for the
Mm-hmm.
DeFi industry, because decentralized exchanges volume, just 4x to
True.
$47 billion, right? So
True.
again, there was a huge amount demand shift, right?
Mm-hmm.
So back in the like 2020, the amount demand was not as such as huge. I mean, there were definitely billions of dollars logged in DeFi
Mm-hmm.
protocols, but
Mm-hmm.
in 2021, it just almost like a
Mm-hmm.
boom, right? So since the demand boomed, uh, hacks would obviously follow them back, right? People definitely
Mm-hmm.
saw that it's a great opportunity to scam people and get just
Mm-hmm.
hack them. So definitely was
Mm-hmm.
a lot of money. A major chunk of that money was eventually returned. Like we saw the
Mm-hmm.
Polygon hack on Polygon, right?
Mm-hmm.
So a majority that hack alone constituted a major part of the 2 billion, roughly $2 billion hack, and lot
Mm-hmm.
of money was returned around that. So like
Mm-hmm.
returned money was a comparatively different case, but eventually the thing is there's a lot of money at stake, and
Mm-hmm.
we need to players to come together, just inform the overall community of
Mm-hmm.
educationists to just
Mm-hmm.
let's we can do this together and we're gonna make it, as we say in the crypto industry.
Right.
Yes.
Right. True. True. And with that, I will just finish it with a note saying like how like if anyone is interested, right? If anyone is interested coming into security, right? What is the path? What is the path for him, her to join as a security auditor, security researcher, like into the security space, right? Because we need more enthusiasts to join us, right? So what is the path? Something that I want to put forward for someone looking forward to join the Web3 security space is first of all, I want to say learn about the internals, right? Learn about the blockchain, like how it works, how are the different like internal mechanism works, and what are the different concepts it has. So that is the most important. And uh, I would recommend going with Ethereum, right? As we know, Ethereum is like the biggest, you can say, smart contract platform,
Yeah.
and right. So and like you should start with Ethereum and go ahead and learn about Ethereum internals, how it works, consensus mechanism, mining, different concepts. Just get a knowledge about that, and then get into the smart contract security world. There are many CTFs available, right? There are many CTFs
Yeah.
available for everyone to just go ahead, practice their skills, right? Do not stop by just having that knowledge. Go ahead and practically solve these challenges. These are challenges made only for you to have a practical understanding how these attack vectors work, right, in real life, right? It's not like that you learn about reentrancy and you just know the concept that it happens because of the unvalidated external calls and things like that. No, go ahead and go onto these platforms, try out your skills, and yeah, obviously in a sandbox environment. Just don't go ahead and attack a Uniswap and all. Yeah,
Yeah.
so yeah, it's already safe. Yeah, so it's still. practice your skills, right? Go ahead and practice your skills. There are CDS, the well-known CDS platform are like Ethernet is there by Open Zeppelin. Damn Vulnerable DeFi is there by Think Tinko. Like if I'm pronouncing his name right, sorry Tinko. Like if I'm pronouncing it incorrectly, yeah. So he developed the Damn Vulnerable DeFi, which again is an amazing CDF around DeFi attack vectors and all. What else do we have? Capture the Ether is there, and Cypher Shastra is there as well. Like not as much big like these, but yeah, some challenges are there, and hopefully they will be good enough to give you some practical experience, right? So these are the things I would recommend going on. And yes, the most important yellow paper is there, Ethereum yellow paper. By
Yeah.
having some good uh, technical knowledge, just go ahead with it. Don't scare with the maths behind yellow paper. Go ahead and put your heart into it, and you will definitely love it. So yes, because blockchain is just mathematical beauty, right? It's mathematical and cryptographical beauty, you can say. And yes, that's what I recommend. Go with Ethereum yellow paper, and be a part of communities, right? Be a part of active communities where you can ask your questions, interact with people, right? And obviously be a part of these conferences, right?
Mm.
Like Unchained, be a part of Unchained, because you're getting that much knowledge, like of like, it's like your favorite speakers are, they are sharing the same stage, right? You are having like talks over, we like you must have seen the schedule, right, of Unchained. So we have like talks over different chains as well, different topics, different tools. So much of these things are covered onto a single stage. So that's, I can say, the beauty of Unchained. And yes, with that, yeah, the last point, be a part of communities, be a part of where the active discussions happens like on a regular basis. Our community is there, like we are serving the same purpose. The name is blockchain interesting, and immunifies community is there. Then there is one Solidity community is there. Ethereum, like if you want to have, if you want to gain knowledge about what's going on into the Ethereum core, just log into the ETH R&D server, Discord server that we have. If we have Telegram communities as well, ETH
Yeah.
security communities, right? So all these good communities are actually helping. We should be thankful to these communities for being so active, right? And sharing knowledge for us. Muhammad is there saying hello. Hi, hello, buddy. How are you?
I,
To see you soon. All right. So you have a talk. So be ready. And yes, so these are the things that I wanted to say. And you can add on to your views, Surname. And with that, we can wait for Adrian to hop in. It must
yeah.
be a little bit early for him, but yes, all right. We're gonna cheer him up. Yeah.
Yeah, so as you said, I mean, being just, I would just like to say, like, be a part of a community, right? Because
Mhm.
there's a lot of things going on, because crypto is a, I would say, not a fast but very fast evolving
Right.
space, right? You just go to sleep at night, staying updated with the news. I'm like, oh yes, I know a
Mhm.
lot of happenings and I'm just updated. You just wake up in the morning and you just saw, I mean, some project got hacked. I was like, oh my god, there's a $30 million hack, like, oh, open
Yeah.
seas and phishing attacks and all that. So you just wake up in the matter of hours, and the industry has evolved so much.
Hmm.
So in order to just stay updated, I would definitely encourage everyone to just be a part of a lot of communities. I mean,
Hmm.
as Reza mentioned,
Hmm.
just be a part of community, just see around, ask questions, play around with CTFs, explore various study materials, go hunt bugs on YouTube, learn from there, uh, go
Hmm.
on projects, try it out, and of course ask a
Hmm.
query, because That's how you
Mhm.
grow. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, Adrian is there saying hi. Hi, Adrian.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. We have you right in just a couple of minutes, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, yeah. So with that, right. So any other things that you want to say, Arvin? Or else we can just give some time for our audience to get their breakfast done, like at least for in the Indian time zone, right?
Yes.
Or wherever you are, get some popcorns and all, and yeah, uh, wait for Adrian to hop in, and we'll talk about straight. We'll jump into straight into smart contract, the spookiness of smart contract. His topic is like, are smart contracts haunted, right? So that is amazing. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So it would be worth watching, right? So yeah, with that, Arnim, if you have
Sure.
to like, what is your ending note for this?
Yeah, I mean, just I would just like to close the discussion with the fact that we often hear like we are very early in the crypto space, right? And I would just like to, let's give a thumbs up on that. Like, yeah, if you are watching this conference, you are
Mhm,
probably interested in, securing the blockchain space. If you are part of the various communities, you are interested to bring more secure financial inclusion, I would
mhm,
say, to the
mhm,
people. So, like, yeah,
mhm,
definitely you are very early, and just don't get
mhm,
a bit of sad, or like, yeah, I mean, the things are
mhm,
very complicated, I cannot do that. I mean, yeah, I have
mhm,
been a part of that, and I can definitely say that. I mean, things are quite I would say complicated, but as Reza pointed out earlier, it's a more or less a mathematical aspect, right? So take your time and just don't get carried away, and explore the
mhm,
community and just be a part of, like, don't get very fascinated about this million dollar bounties, like, oh my god, that hacker got this much $1 million, and
mhm,
oh my god, I would
mhm,
also like to get on, just don't panic, like, okay, I also need Overwatch to do it. Just be
mhm,
relaxed, take your
mhm,
time, explore various options that we highlighted in the event course of the event, and just learn along. Like, obviously, like, you
mhm.
would be uh, able to crack in the event, but just takes a bit of time.
Right. And Adrian saying, don't invest what you're not willing to lose, and don't ape into anything, right? Yes,
Yeah,
very true.
very
Very
important.
true. Yes, very true. Don't invest in things where you don't have much idea about, right?
Yes, yes,
And yes, and the rest of things will be covered by Adrian himself.
yes.
And let's give our audience a break of quick 10-15 minutes, and then we are back with Adrian, and we share stage with Adrian, and yeah, good to go. All right.
Yeah, yeah, sure. I
So
mean, would be
all
back
good.
in 15 minutes
Right.
roughly.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Yeah, about the sweet bounties. Yes, yes, yes,
Yes,
yes, yes, yes. So
Adrian is.
we all are excited. Yeah, we all are excited to know about like how is your life like being a triager, right? Solving all those $1 million bounties issues, right? So we are also very much excited about that,
Yes,
right? Play ball. Yeah. So we have some amazing guys here. Yeah. So all right, guys. Just give us 15 minutes, and we'll join you back with our first speaker from Infi, Adrian, and sure. See, yeah, I'm pumping up myself for the presentation. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We are also doing that.
yeah,
Get get some protein shake. Yep. All right, and then
yes.
we can put yeah on like if you have some yeah music, let's play that. Let's play a good background song. Like I don't know. Uh,
Okay.
we can show our we can say that the lineup that we have, right, posted on YouTube. Like why don't you
Sure,
play that video, right?
sure, sure. Just give me a minute.
Right, right, right. We'll watch that. We'll watch that with all of our viewers.
Yeah, sure.
Awesome. So yeah,
Yeah.
Armin, we
Yeah.
can yeah give our viewers some time, and yep, just roll over the overlay, right, and see you back in 10 minutes.
Yeah,
Awesome.
sure. Hey Adrian, am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
Oh,
And
great.
how can you hear me? Is
Yeah,
the loud and clear?
yeah, I'm clearly able to hear you. Yeah, sure. So, how are you doing today?
Well, I'm doing great.
Yeah,
At least I'm trying to myself to tell that because I don't want to stress about the presentation. But but yeah,
yeah,
I'm
I
doing fine.
can really go a lot of hectic thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, can you just tell us brief about yourself? Like, how do you just got into the industry and just start with a basic introduction?
Yeah. So how to keep it brief? Well, in 2016, I started my own. Basically, in 2015, I was the crossroad if I want to go into the VR AR road or into the
Okay.
blockchain road. Because I was hitting myself up that I missed the mobile revolution, the internet revolution, social media revolution, etc. And I saw the big potential in VR, AR, and also blockchain. But when I was reading more about the blockchain itself, then I started that. Okay, no, that's something that I need to get into. And in 2017, I was able to land my first full-time job as a smart contract developer, and the rest is just history. So I just was going from company to company, and writing some stuff for them. But in the meantime, I also always wanted to do something with the cybersecurity because that was something that I was fascinated by. And then I noticed so many different rug pulls, various hacks happening in the Ethereum space. And I thought to myself that, well, this is something that maybe I could also try to do. Maybe auditing some smart contracts. And in 2020, I started reading more about that, learning about that. And just at one point, I decided, okay, well, it's time just to start posting some not posting but writing to some companies and see where I can join, and that's how I got hired in as an auditor. And I was working as an auditor for a full year, and after that full year I joined Immunify, and here I am.
Oh, I mean, great. That's a really exciting journey from like VR, AI, to developer, and then an auditor. I mean, lots of things you have done.
Yeah, I was always fascinated by the technology, and I really like reading about that, researching about different new techs, and just searching that new shiny new thing. But yeah, I really got fascinated about the VR. I'm still am.
Okay.
And the blockchain was just an obvious choice to me, that I just saw that this is gonna be big, and it's gonna probably also maybe not consume but integrate with VR at some point. So maybe in a few years I will also be doing some VR stuff.
Oh, that's great. I mean, quite exciting about
Yeah, and
that.
to be honest, my mentor and my friend at the time, because I was talking to him, I really like VR and game stuff, and I'm really fascinated about that. But also, look at that blockchain stuff, at the Bitcoin. Oh, this is amazing. And but I don't know what to choose because I wanted to do that and that. And he said, okay, Adrian, listen to me. You have only one lifetime, and you can only specialize in one thing.
Yes.
Okay, but how can I choose that? Well, think about it that way. What would make you the most proud to being written in your tombstone when you die? Would it be a VR developer that he was an amazing VR developer, developed something amazing, or was it a blockchain developer and he helped move that technology forward? I was, well, that's a hard question. And I gave it a couple of days of thought, and then I knew that yeah, the blockchain was the way.
No, I mean, you just figure out like I need to break things
Yeah,
apart. Yeah, yeah, that's great. That's uh,
damn, that mic is almost as big as my face.
that's a really, I mean, attractive cup. I would say.
Yeah, I got it from my wife a few years back. So
That's great. So I think we are good to go, right? We're just rolling down.
yes, let me try share my screen.
Please.
Yeah, let's just share entire screen. And can you see my screen? Can you see my presentation?
Yeah, you can clearly see.
Okay, awesome.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
So I am in the full screen mode, so I won't see any question from the chat. So if anything is being asked, please interrupt me so I can answer that question. So let's start. So as you may have heard, my name is Adrian Hetman. And today we'll be talking about, we're trying to answer the question, are smart contracts haunted? We'll go through the most popular smart contract vulnerabilities found in the wild that are still happening, that smart contract developers are still making. And the list and the categories are also made based on the bugs that we receive on Immunify. So agenda for today, well, I will do a short intro about myself. Well, I actually did that already, but I will talk more about my work at Immunify. Then we'll switch to the most interesting stuff about the most common smart contract vulnerabilities. I will give you some examples, and at the end, in the outro, I will just tell you about some cool stuff that we do at Immunify. So, as you know, my name is Adrian Hetman. I'm a DeFi triager at Immunify. And if you didn't understand what I just told you, and you didn't understand sentence DeFi triager at Immunify, let me help you. Immunify is a bug bounty platform that has over 250 projects on it. And what does it mean is that whenever you just browse through the code for fun, as a smart contract developer or as an auditor or Web3 white hat, and you notice a bug in a code base, and that bug is valid, and you decide not to exploit the vulnerability yourself, only to responsibly disclose it, you do it through Immunify. We receive the report. I, myself, as a DeFi triager, I verify the report from a technical standpoint, then escalate it to the client, and if everything is all right with the bug, meaning that it is valid and that there's funds at risk, maybe not always, but that's one thing to look for, then you get paid for that. Yes, you get, we, maybe not we, but our clients projects pay you for finding bugs in their protocol, in their different application, and we pay we go from $500 or $1,000, which is okay, but we have bounties up to $10 million. Yep, we have actually right now two bug bounties on our platform, one from MakerDAO, another one from Wormhole, that can pay up to $10 million when you find a critical vulnerability in there. And if you're thinking, okay, that's maybe just a PR stunt, nope, that's this isn't just a PR stunt, because we actually help to get hackers paid over a few $1 million already in one bounty payout. For example, Polygon twice paid our white hats $2 million in rewards. And that's is pretty awesome if you tell me. And apart from working as a triager, I also do some content creation for Immunify. You may notice some various Twitter threads on Immunify account. That's me. And also, if you read some of the bug fix reviews on Medium page, or some explainers about, for example, signatures or layer 2 technologies, that's also been written by me. And as I said in previous years, I work as an auditor and as a smart contract developer. But enough about me. I know some kind of a person just to talk about me. Let's jump into the what you really came here for. Let's talk about the common smart contracts vulnerabilities. I gave 3 categories: unsafe external calls, usage of spot price, and authentication issues. The unsafe external calls really incorporates a couple of the issues like reentrancy calls, or for example, the destroying of the implementation contract of a proxy. Usage of a spot price. It also incorporates a few vulnerabilities, but mostly it's talk about using of the spot price and what harm can it do to you. And with authentication issues, I just show some examples of missing modifiers or missing verification of the color. And all of the examples that I'm going to talk about are taken straight from the bugs that we receive on Immunify and that people actually get paid for. And remember, these bugs are still in many code bases, so listen carefully, because you, at the end, if you understand everything and you start digging for bugs, and you may find any of these bugs probably in some of our projects and get paid. So, as I said, there are multiple types of unsafe external calls, but let's first start what external call really is. Well, it's a call to a third-party address that we do not control, meaning that whenever a smart contract has a function, for example, withdraw, where you can either submit an address to that function, or it takes the caller of that function and, for example, sends token to that address, well, that actually making an external call, because the logic, the workflow goes from the smart contract itself to a third-party address. And smart contract, basically, when something like that happens, smart contracts gives up control in such a way that we don't always know what's going to happen when, for example, certain tokens with callbacks reach out a certain address. So basically, if the recipient is controlled by an attacker, every external call is potentially dangerous, because the attacker may be able to force your contract to transition into undefined state. And one of such undefined states in external calls attack is our old time favorite bug, reentrancy attack. Basically, it's an attack where a malicious user recursively calls a vulnerable function to steal funds. But how that would work? Well, let's take that withdraw function, which I talked already about. So let's say that we deposited some Ether into smart contract, for example, into escrow, and multiple other people also did that. And the escrow keeps track of who deposited and how much money they deposited in Ether. But you decided, okay, I need my money back right now, so there is a withdraw function where you can withdraw after some time. And in that withdraw function, we check how much money you are owed, and we send Ether to you, and at the end we update the balances. Seems simple, right? Well, if you've been writing some Solidity code, you may know the issue here, that whenever a smart contract is called and it receives an Ether, the fallback or receive function are called automatically, meaning that we can act upon when we receive Ether. And in that case, we could, for example, give a malicious contract such logic that whenever it receives Ether, we call the withdraw function again and again and again and again. And we could do that, and we could drain the whole contract, because after each call happens, we can call the withdraw again, and the balances are only updated after all the calls happen. And that's why we always recommend in situation like this, checks FX interaction pattern. And the same issue that I talked about was found in the DAO in 2016, and that's what that was the main reason, and apart of course from the millions of stolen funds that were when the Ethereum did a hard fork. And here's a first example of such reentrancy. It was taken from an NFT project. I cannot say which one because they don't want to go public, but I will give you a few seconds just to look at the code, and I will explain the vulnerability here in a minute. By the way, can you hear me all right? Okay, so the exact vulnerability here is exactly the same that I just described, meaning that we read some information here, we calculate the pending variable, basically how much shares is owned to the user. We safely transfer those tokens to the caller, and then we update the user reward depth, which is also used to calculate the pending. And don't be fooled by the name of the safe token transfer, because it's nothing safe in that function, because what really is happening is that that project use wrap ether as a token, but when we were sending tokens back, we weren't sending wrap ether. The project was unwrapping ether and sending plain ether back. So the exact same thing happened as with the DAO hack. Basically, anybody could create a malicious contract that upon receiving ether just calls harvest again and again and again just to drain the contract. And White Hat, who reported that, received 15K for reporting that back. And when you look at the code, it's quite obvious what you can do. Here's the explanation, what I just told you about. I will let you read it. Okay, moving on. The next type of vulnerability. But before I go, let me just check. Yes, everything is all right, because I didn't want to talk just to myself, because I know this presentation. Okay, initialize proxy bug. This is one of my favorite bugs because I really like digging into it, and I have a blast writing one article for that exact bug. So, but before we go into bug itself, let me explain to you what a proxy is. Well, a proxy is such a smart contract that redirects all the calls to an implementation contract. So basically, the proxy itself has an address of an implementation contract that it redirects all the calls to. But you might ask, why do we need that? Well, in a blockchain, in Ethereum, whenever every transaction that goes into Ethereum, every code that goes into Ethereum is immutable, meaning that we cannot change it after it happens. And the same goes for the smart contracts that we deployed to the Ethereum. We cannot change it afterwards, which is in general great perk of a blockchain. But it also has its consequences. For example, when there is a bug in your code, you cannot easily upgrade it. You cannot just write a patch and just hit publish and your smart contract will be upgraded. That's not Web 2. So people were starting to think how we can make smart contracts upgradable. In a case that when the bugs happen, we can simply change the implementation of our contract and fix the logic that is vulnerable. And that's how upgradable proxy pattern came to life. There are multiple types of the proxy pattern, but I will talk about them in a minute. But in general, the initialized proxy bug means that this bug can lead to self-destruction of the implementation contract, which could render the proxy contract useless, meaning that whenever we call a proxy, it will just hit nothing because implementation is destroyed. But this vulnerability only occurs in such proxy upgradable patterns where the logic of upgrading the implementation resides in the implementation itself. But how that works and how you can destroy the contract, let me explain that. But first, we need to understand delegate call. And so, as I said previously, a proxy contract redirects all the calls it received on implementation contract, whose address is stored in the contracts in the proxy contract storage. Meaning, when we look at this image, we see that yes, proxy contract can have its own code, but what's really important is the storage, because we are interested in the logic of the implementation contract, but we want to keep all the state changes into the storage of the proxy contract. But why do we want to do that? Well, when we switch implementations, we also want to keep all the history of the smart contract interaction somewhere. And when we would keep everything in the implementation contract, and then when we switch implementations, then we lose all of that history. That's why we are using delegate call. Delegate call is executing the code of the contract B in the context of the contract A, meaning that we just take the implementation, the logic of the contract B, and apply it to the storage of the contract A. So all the changes, for example, function that changes X from 5 to 10, that change from 5 to 10 will be reflected in the contract A, our proxy, not in the implementation contract itself. There's also one important thing to know before I move on, the self-destruct opcode, because we need to somehow be able to destroy the contract. So how do we do that? Well, the Ethereum has an opcode called self-destruct. When we call self-destruct, the code of the smart contract is emptied, and all the Ethereum, all the balance of Ethereum that was stored in that contract is sent to given recipient that we decide to send to. So if, for example, let's say a contract A has a function called self-destruct that calls self-destruct, then after the transaction finishes, we won't be able to call that contract because it's no longer there. Keep that in mind because it will be important. And let's now move to our first, just glancing at the time. Okay, still plenty of time to talk. The first example is OpenZeppelin UPS initialized proxy bug. Before I dive into that, let me first tell you about the two most popular proxy upgradable patterns. The first one is transparent proxy pattern, and second one is universal upgradable proxy structure, I believe. The UAPS shorthand is really, I always struggle to remember the whole name of it, but yeah, there is an TPP proxy pattern and there is UPS proxy pattern. The transparent proxy pattern is such a proxy pattern where all the logic of upgrading the implementation contract is in the proxy itself. On the other hand, in the UPS, all the logic of the implementation contract, of upgrading the implementation contract, is in the implementation itself. So, and proxy just redirects all the calls to the implementation contract and acts as a storage of the implementation contract itself. With the transparent proxy pattern, again, as a reminder, the logic of upgrading the contracts is in the proxy itself. So in that case, if we would destroy the implementation contract of a transparent proxy, then it would just cause a simple DOS because we still would be able to upgrade our implementation afterwards, because all the logic of upgrading is in the proxy itself. That's not the case with the UPS. And that's what was found in the OpenZeppelin implementation of UPS that was submitted through Eminify last year. So the issue was that, let me also first talk about the initialize function, because you may not know this, but we have a normal constructor and we also have an initialize function. But why do we need an initialize function? Well, we go back to this image. Whenever we deploy a contract, the constructor code logic is run automatically. And we usually use it to initialize the initial contract state. With a proxy, that's okay. But when we, for example, want to initialize some states of the implementation contract, we cannot rely on the constructor because we are using proxy. And all the changes of the constructor changes would be reflected in the implementation contract storage, not in the proxy. So just to mitigate this, we need to call a special function, initialize, but it can be called anything, init, initialize, or whatever, that we need to call it through proxy to initialize the initial values that we want to the implementation contract to have. And when we do that through delegate call, that means that we take just the logic of the implementation contract and reflect it in the storage itself. But what happens if we call implementation contract itself and call initialize? Well, it turns out that most of the implementations haven't run initialize on the implementation contract itself. And you might think, okay, why is that's a problem? Because we have all the calls coming through the proxy. Well, if you call a proxy, yes, everything will be working fine. The initialization will be reflected there. But but when it comes to the UPS proxy, as you remember, all the upgrade logic and also such upgrade logic contains delegate calls is inside the implementation. So just calling initialize, we automatically become an owner of the implementation contract. And as an owner, we can make a call to upgrade the implementation contract from the implementation itself. And we can upgrade it through a function called upgrade to end call. And that function upgrades the logic and also makes a delegate call to the new implementation running any function that we want. And that function can be a self-destruct. So actually, what could happen is that we could self-destruct the implementation contract and render the proxy useless. Because whenever people will call the proxy, there won't be any implementation to take the logic from. And we couldn't upgrade the proxy because the upgrade logic was in the implementation itself. And White Hat got, I believe, 25K for disclosing this bug through Iminify, but I'm not certain about that. So I will need to go back and confirm that. Here's all the steps that the attacker would need to take. Basically, what I just told you about. So take a minute, read it through, and I will move on in a second. And remember, the slides of this presentation will be shared afterwards. So if you don't manage to read it all through, don't worry, slides will be shared with you. Okay, moving on. We actually got a very similar submission for the same issue, but not found in the OpenZeppelin UPS implementation, but in a proxy that the proxy that also uses similar pattern to do UPS, meaning that all the upgrade logic is in the implementation contract. But what's cool about this find is that first, the White Hats got 200K bounty for disclosing that. And the second coolest thing is that they found this issue just by inspecting the bytecode of the contract, because the implementation contracts weren't verified on Etherscan. And how they did it? Well, we have an awesome article that I wrote last year just about that. And you can learn more about the proxies itself, about the what are the cons and pros of each proxy pattern. And I highly encourage you just to go over this article and read it. Okay, now we're going to the second category, spot price usage. But before we we talk about the spot price usage, let's first talk about the price oracles and what they are. Well, the price oracle is a tool used to view the price information of a given asset. We mostly use a price oracle just to knowing what is the current Ether price. For example, in DAI or in any other token that we're interested in. And there are two major types of oracles. There is an on-chain oracle and there is an off-chain oracle. And the off-chain oracles for example, a Chainlink. Chainlinks is a network of trusted verifiers and nodes that gives you an update. Gives you an information whenever called upon about the current price or any other information that you're interested in. The main issue is that it doesn't contain all the information about all the tokens. So whenever we are interested in a certain token that isn't listed in the Chainlink, we can use on-chain oracle, meaning that we rely on a constant products AMMs like Uniswap version 2 or version 3 or Balancer or any other AMM, like, for example, SushiSwap or PancakeSwap, etc., etc. And how do we get that price? Well, there's multiple ways to get that price. The most common and safe one is using a TWAP, meaning that's a time-weighted average price, meaning that we just take an average, for example, in the 5-minute or 5-hour window, and we check all the price fluctuation, and we just make an average out of that. But the second way of taking the price is just checking the current ratio of the two tokens. And basically that's how we also take the TWAP. We check the ratio of the two tokens. For example, if DAI ratio gives us the current price of an Ether. But if we check it that way, that we check the current price, the current ratio of the two tokens, well, that ratio, current ratio, can be changed instantly. How? By usage of flash loans. Flash loans are a way to borrow a large amount of money from lending protocols like Aave or Bento Box, and the borrower pays a certain fee at the end. So, for example, you could borrow a 40 million DAI. But the caveat is that you need to return all that money at the end of the transaction that you just took that money. If you don't do that, the transaction will be reverted. And the flash loans are mostly used for some arbitration purposes, etc. But they can also be used to manipulate the pools of AMMs, and thus manipulating the ratio. And by manipulating the ratio, you manipulate the price. So one of such examples, the recent one, was for the year in finance, when they use a spot price of an USDT. USDT is a stable coin that is pegged to $1. The main issue here with the year in finance is, I just want to highlight multiple things with that example. First, the white hat got $200 in bounty for disclosing this bug. The other thing is that Yearn, even though it's been in the market for a couple of years, now it has one of the most experienced developer teams. Mistakes like that still can happen, and that's why you need a bug bounty program just to catch them in time before the bad guys do. So the issue here was that we have a withdraw function in a strategy. Basically, the issue was in all single-sided balancer strategies for in the year finance, but the only one to be exploited was of the USD was the one that holds the USDT. And why that one? Well, because from the Bento box you could borrow up to 41 millions worth of Yearn Finance USDT tokens. And by withdrawing all of that, we liquidate the position, and you go and you basically need to insert this example. The Yearn Finance goes through all the strategies, different strategies that it has in the withdrawal queue, and empties them by one. And at one point, we hit the strategy, the vulnerable one. And when the strategies see that it doesn't have enough money in the strategy itself, it burns their LP token share that has in the USDT pool, just to get enough money. But it doesn't check the current price of the USDT. So what can happen? Well, using flash loans, an attacker could manipulate the pool of the USDT and DAI and change the ratio. And by changing the ratio, you change the price of the spot price. So how the attack went through? Well, we first need to borrow all the available IV USDT from Bento box, and we also flash loan a lot of DAI. We use that DAI to buy USDT at balancer to imbalance the pool, and then in the first step we withdraw from the vault itself, and the withdrawal goes through different strategies, hitting the one that we really want to, and that strategy sells their LP tokens, meaning that when you sell your LP token, you get the proportion of what you invested. But if the pool is highly imbalanced, that there is a small amount of USDT and very high amount of DAI, when you're not burning, but you're selling LP tokens, you need to sell much higher amount of those tokens just to get the USDT amount that you really want. And that's what happens. The strategies burn a lot of more LP tokens that it needs to. Thus, making the pool slightly less in balance, and we can come back and buy DAI back with our USDT. But as the pool is slightly more balanced, our USDT buying power is slightly more. So that means that we can buy way more of the DAI than we originally put in. We deposit back all the USDT back to the Yearn vault. We repay the flash loan, and we left with couple millions of assets at our hands that we just stolen. And again, for this bug, and this is the perfect example of a spot price usage and what can go wrong with that. A hacker got 200K, and we are still receiving some valid submissions for a spot price usage. The next example is for Enzyme Finance. I won't go much into details about that one because we have a bug fix review written about it. But what really is important is that price. Not the price, this function, which basically calculates the price of a token based on the balance of that token. Thus, taking maybe not using the spot price, but what's really interesting is that there was one token which you can manipulate the balance of. How? Well, but let me first explain what an Enzyme Finance is. It allows users and investors to create and invest in various funds. When we want to invest in a fund, we need to send the underlying asset of the fund to the vault. In return, users get shares that represent their part in the fund. But if there was a way to manipulate the price of a share that we're about to get and make that share less expensive, cheaper, we could get more shares of it. And at the end, we could later on balance back the share price and sell those shares at a higher price in the market. And Enzyme Finance had one fund that was vulnerable to this attack because the underlying asset, IDOL token, had a flash loan functionality, meaning that we could flash loan the IDOL tokens from the token itself. But when you flash loan a lot of money, you manipulate the current balance of that token, meaning that we could manipulate the tot NAV. And by manipulating that, we can make the price a lot of cheaper. Meaning that we can manipulate the share, the price share, and later on we could redeem the shares later on for the profit. But the whole issue is well described in the bug fix review, where we go into the details and explain what needs to be called in what order, because that one was quite complex to go into such details in this presentation. And the white hat got around 90K for that. Okay, lack of authentication, the last one. We're getting to the end. So I will just leave it as it is, because I believe it doesn't need any more explanation. Yes, the project had an on-pause function without any modifiers. So whenever a project decides to pause a contract because it finds some issue with it, anybody can just call an unpause and do whatever they want to, because there was missing only owner modifier here. And White Hat got $1,000 for that. And we still receive some missing modifiers issue on the Immunify. The next one is a little bit more interesting. We have two functions. We have cancel order, which basically takes the different arguments, hash them together, creates a hash of them, and marks the order of that. It marks that order as cancelled. Sounds fine, right? But when we look at the match order, so for example, when a seller wants to finally make a sell for their NFT, then they need to provide all the signatures and also all the arguments for the addresses, for the amounts, etc. And that we hash them together. I simplified the code here, and we also check if the current order was cancelled. I mean, we check that if it is live. But what an attacker can do, it can wait in a mempool, basically checking every pending transaction on Ethereum. If they see a match order, well, they can just front run that transaction and submit cancel order and take all the arguments that we had in the match order, cancel that order, and when that function goes through, it will just fail at this, and the seller will just lose money. Maybe not lose money. I said it wrong. They will lose gas, and they won't be able to match orders anymore. And what the project could do in that case is just simply check if the caller of the cancel order is also the owner of the order itself. But they didn't do that, and anybody could call cancel order. Okay, and for that bug, I believe the white hat got paid $2,000, if I remember correctly. It was also a simplified. So, as we went through various examples of the most popular smart contracts bugs, I have just one question for you. Who wants to become a Web3 hacker? Because it can be really profitable to be one and to find bugs on Immunify. If you just stick to the bugs that I just showed you, you will be able to probably find some bugs in the current projects and get some sweet bounties out of them. But if you are just starting and you don't know where to start and how to become one, what to learn, well, we have an awesome guide written by Sleepy, which will also present at this conference. In that guide, we go really deep into what you need to learn in what order, and this just focuses on the security side of the blockchain. We also you will also need a Solidity knowledge, but you don't need to be a developer. But if you are a developer and you want to switch to being a security researcher of Web3, the Web3 smart contracts, well, that's also a guide for you. So if you like this presentation, here are some socials that you can follow me. On Twitter, I'm mostly active on Twitter, where I share various threads, explain different things, or just reshare some cool links for you to learn from. Immunify also runs Immunify School, where we share all the cool reports, all the cool tutorials for all the people that are just starting or are more experienced. You can also check our Medium page. And at the end, there are two bug fix reviews from the Polygon bounties that I talked at the beginning, where we paid 2.2 in a bounty to one hacker and 2 million bounty to another one. And that's it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me stop sharing my screen. Regarding the authentication also, as I noticed in the private chat, there was also some issues where the project, those issues were in the white, but also we received similar issues where the burn function were public, meaning that you could burn tokens from anybody else. And that's it. Just wanted to mention that because I forgot.
Yeah, that was quite a very interesting talk, I would say. Like we covered a lot of information regarding Web3 security. So I think Razor would like to join. Yeah, Razor, please.
Hi everyone, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, yeah, thank you so much, Adrian. This was such an amazing talk, and yes, so many cool bugs we can say there are there, and some are there which we can say very dumb ones, right? We see more often rolling on the internet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
Because
the very
yeah, the bugs that I presented are the most popular ones that we see on the Immunify, that in terms of the reports that we get. We also get a lot regarding some signatures mishandling, like replay signatures attacks, etc. But those are more complicated to present in such a presentation. But yeah, there's a lot of various bugs that are still, even if they are known, and they are still repeated across various projects and DeFi protocols.
Sure. Yep, that's the thing. And yes, we have one question, I guess. Yes. So Vagela has asked, right? If we have to do a time clock and multi-signature wallet in one contract, so is this good for security purpose? I guess it was something to your talk regarding I don't know, proxy or something. Yeah.
What is the question again?
So he has asked if we have to do time clock and multi-signature wallet in one contract. So is this good for security purpose?
Yeah. So yeah, that's one way of, for example, scheduling an upgrades. Because yes, when we have an upgradable proxy, well, I as a user, even I can, for example, trust the creators of the contracts. I don't know, for example, if their keys are gonna be stolen or something like that, and suddenly in one transaction the implementation contract gets switched to a malicious one, and suddenly I lose all my money. One way to prevent that, or at least gives a heads up on any upcoming proxy upgrades, is using a time lock, where we can just say, okay, in 2 or 4 days, or even 7 days, or even longer, there will be an upgrade. And you can see that upgrade was gonna change here, and you have appropriate time just to respond to that, meaning that I can either withdraw because I don't like it and I decided to quit the protocol, or I just check it and say, okay, it's fine, I don't need to worry. And by using a multi-sig, that means that whenever such schedule upgrade is happening, you don't need one admin, you need multiple people signing the upgrade. So whenever, even if one admin gets their key stolen, I mean private key stolen, you don't need to worry that the whole protocol will just go bust.
Yep,
I
that's
hope
true.
I hope I answered the question.
Right. I guess he got the answer. I'm not sure whether he's still there. But yes, I have 2 more questions from my side as well. So one more thing
Ask
that
away.
I've been yeah. So I've been studying about this. Another very cool, I can say, trick or implementation is called as metamorphic contracts, right? Where the code can switch on to the same address. So it's like we have a cell struct in a contract, you destroy this onto the address, and the factory, the metamorphic factory, will deploy the same, like with a different logic, you can say different function onto the same address. So that's a very cool trick we have, right?
Yeah.
So don't you think, right? Like in order to spread awareness, right? Let's say I'm a non-technical user, right? I'm trying to interact with a protocol. Like, what would be some tips and tricks that you would be telling me to consider before interacting with the protocol? Like, let's say, don't interact with protocols where we have self-destruct enabled, right? All kind of stuff. So, what is your recommendation?
I would mostly rely on the community. If I would be a non-technical person, just seeing some cool project that some of my friends are shilling me about, well, then I would just read about any news about them, if they were hacked before or not. Maybe just read some blog posts about them, because you can find some summaries about the project in really readable fashion for a normal human being that is not a developer. And even if that's not enough, I would just ask about in various Discord channels if they think that project is safe, if there's anything to worry about. And just after a while, after gathering all the information, if no red alerts are raised to you, then I would say, yeah, that's a good thing. But only I'm talking about only for a non-technical person that doesn't even understand what a self-destruct is. But for a more technical savvy people, I would say, yeah, you could, of course, verify the contract yourself, go through the code, but that's a very mundane and difficult task to do, and nobody has time to that. To do that, but I will just read the audit reports, check if the project was audited, and that also applies to a non-technical person. Just check if the project was audited and by which company. If that company is just a no-name company or a respectable company. Because if I would see audit that says, okay, yeah, this project is cool, and I look at the audit report itself and it only checked two things, then I would say probably this audit report is bullshit. Then I could probably be worried about investing in that. So yeah, those are the various things that you could do. But I believe that asking in various DeFi and DAO communities about certain projects, even if there are some dumb questions, people in DeFi space are really there to help you. We have really awesome communities, and you don't need to feel embarrassed of asking some simple questions, because any one of us was at that point that we ask some stupid questions. Now we ask some more interesting stupid questions, but yeah.
Yes, that is true. Yeah, so that true answer that we are constantly evolving, right? Day by day, working on ourselves, and it's like something is new. Web3, right? New protocols, new security, lot many things are going on. And yeah, so somebody, Davis has asked, right? When you mentioned about your blog post regarding the UUPS proxy concepts, so he's asking about that post, right?
Yeah, let me
So he
just
can probably read about that.
How can I paste it here? I'll just paste it in the private chat,
okay.
so you guys can
You can
send it over. And remember, in the for the RazzorSec channel, on the Discord channel, I will share the slides soon after we end here.
For sure. So everyone into the community, we are collecting all the resources. We'll share you all those at the end of the talk or at the end of the event day. So yep, they all will be shared with you. Not any. Right. So let me. Do we have any other question? Not. One more thing. I just want to. Uh, sorry, you have
You're
covered
breaking.
about the spot prices as well, right? Okay.
Yeah, your
Yeah.
RazzorSec, you're
Is
breaking
it
up a
fine?
little bit.
Okay. Is it fine now?
Now, yes.
Okay. Yeah. So I was talking about yeah, the spot prices, right, that you have covered, right? Kind of a
Hmm.
technical question. So I was working like kind of researching on the onto the same topic. So we usually like it's like in most of the protocols, like how the way we calculate prices
Hmm.
for the LP token itself, right? For the pair itself, not the individual token, for the pair itself. It's a very simple
Hmm.
technique or trick, we can say. It's like multiplying the reserves with the individual prices, right? It's like R0 with P0, adding to
Hmm.
R1 with P1. It's like individual reserves with individual prices, and adding to the, like, for both of the tokens, right, that we have in the pool, right? So it's a
Hmm.
very simple, you can say, method technique that most of the protocols uses, but that is very much vulnerable to flash loans, right? Because
Yeah.
talking about the constant product AMMs that we have, which relies on the simple curve that when you multiply x into y is equal to a k constant. So but most of the time developers and the team forget that these ratios are supposed to be changed, right? For a trade, it's not like these R0 and R1 values after, before and after a trade will remain the constant, right?
Yeah.
It's not like that. These prices can fluctuate as well. So that's when I figured out there's a much better approach followed by or you can say implemented by Alpha Finance. So now they are actually focused on the constant, which we know that even before and after the trade, that constant will remain the constant, right? Will stay the constant value, not depending upon the
Yeah.
individual prices and shares. So yeah, so that is one thing that I just wanted to add, like as you covered spot prices,
Sure.
right? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. For me, the main approach that I'm not saying that everybody should do that. It's still
Mhm.
protocol dependent, and I
Right.
view think that any other approach is better for you, for your use case. As all means,
Mhm.
just do whatever you think is a proper one, but get it
Mhm.
audited.
Mhm.
But in most cases, I think using a TWAP, meaning the
Mhm.
average
Okay.
price over a certain period of time,
Mhm.
is a good use, because
Mhm.
unless you're on some arbiter that
Mhm.
relies on the current ratio, the current even slightest changes of the prices, for example,
Mhm.
taking price in 1 hour window won't do much to you.
Mhm.
Of course, it has its downsides. For example, when a protocol really, for example, not the protocol, but the token really tanks down, then, well, you won't get the price update in 1 hour. But
Mhm.
still, I believe it's the most safe way to get the current price. And
Mhm.
of course, apart, we just talking about the on-chain oracles. If
Mhm.
for you, if for you, your use case, and you're only
Mhm.
dealing with, for example, a well-known tokens, you can rely on the chain link,
Mhm.
and you don't
Mhm.
need to
That
worry
is true as
about
well.
yeah,
Right.
and you don't need to worry about manipulating the price on the chain
Mhm.
link, because that's, I
Mhm.
believe, I don't want to say impossible, because everything is possible at some point of time, but nearly impossible.
Mhm. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Very true. And yeah, with that, I guess most of my questions are done, and I guess we don't have any other question from the users, viewers. We have, I
Unless
guess,
I think either I explain things really clear, or
yeah.
people don't know what to ask about. Either
Please,
ways,
yeah. No, no, no. It was a really amazing talk. It was completely straightforward and very technical, deep diving into the straight into the vulnerabilities. That's what I guess everyone was looking forward to have
mm,
the practical demonstration of what is the bug and how to actually find that out, and what like how the life of triager is there at Unify, right? What are the different things you're
Yeah.
supposed to deal with? Yeah, all that stuff, right?
And remember, we really strive to handling the report that we get in to be in freezing touch with the reporter within 10 minutes, and later on deciding whether to escalate or ask for information within the next 30 minutes. So we're really on the tight spot schedule when dealing with that stuff. And sometimes we get such reports that could also be like a doctoral thesis. They're just so well written. And sometimes there are so simple bugs, like for example with the Polygon one, that you don't need a lot of explanation because, well, it's really clear. The same thing with the Redactor cartel. The issue was that they didn't use OpenZeppelin's implementation of the ERC20 approve, and basically you could take approval of someone else and use that to drain the protocol. So yeah.
Yep.
And the bug was really easy, but you could drain the protocol, and that also was critical one. And also, if you check, for example, the first Polygon bug that got paid $2 million was a really complicated one. You really need to understand the Polygon. You need to understand the encoding methods of certain functions, etc. And when I was reading that, it was just, what am I reading?
Right.
But, yeah, I'm just checking on one screen on one monitor. I'm just reading the bug report on the other one. I'm just Googling the new stuff. Okay, I think I get it. I get it. Do I get it? Yes, I get it. Okay, that's really critical. That's great.
Right, got it. Yes. And somebody is asking, like, Jean is asking how to do a proof of, I guess he's asking about proof of concept, like to show the vulnerability if someone has to report it. Yep.
Actually, we have another article for that. Let me just find it. POC bug leads that you could also share with the audience. Basically, a proof of concept is a runnable piece of code, a script that works on a mainnet fork, meaning that we do not test, and you shouldn't test your exploits on a test network or on a live network. You should always do that on a fork, meaning locally. And you can use either Truffle, either Hardhat, or Brownie, or any other way to showcase that the code is really vulnerable. And you can pack it up in a small project with some scripts and send it our way. And we will then later pass it to the project. And yes, I see that you already share the Medium article. That Medium article shows you how step by step how you could do that. And you have more questions how to POC your bug leads, you can just jump into Immunify Discord and ask questions there. We have really helpful community that are really passionate about security, so you will definitely get help there.
Great, awesome. And I guess all of them like already familiar about Immunify's Discord. So, but yes, I will add a link to the Discord community as well, so that they can quickly hop in. And so with that, I would like to thank you, Edwin, for coming up to UnChained and sharing your valuable information and knowledge with all of us. And I know it was pretty early for you in your time zone, but thank you so much for managing.
Such a big mug of coffee really helps.
Yeah, we can see that, right? Yeah, we can see that.
And I really thank you for invitation and for the opportunity to speak to all of you guys. So thank you. It was a pleasure.
Yeah, totally our honor. And with that, I would like to say thanks one more time, and hoping to see you in another event. Right?
Yeah, I will be sticking around. now as a commenter on the chat. So yeah,
For sure.
Mohammed, be
Yes.
careful about my question.
Yeah, got it. All right. So Arnim, you can hop in, and yep. Thank you so much, Adrian. Have a nice day. Bye bye.
Thank
Yeah, that was a really interesting talk about various aspects of the blockchain security. So now we have Pablo, who would be guiding through more steps about the Web3 security. So we will be just back in a minute. Stay tuned. Yeah, hey Pablo,
Hello, how are you?
am I visible and clearly audible?
Oh, yeah, I'm fine, thanks. It was a busy morning trying to find a good spot to have a good connection and to connect properly. But finally, I've got the solution. So I'm ready, and when you want, you can enter me.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, so I think we are good to start now.
Okay.
Yeah, great. So, can you just give us a small introduction about yourself? Like, how do you got into the like Web3 security and all the aspects, and how do you just build across interest across fields?
Okay, perfect.
Uh, yeah. So, would you just give a small introduction about yourself, Pablo?
Hello. Okay, we are online. Thank you very much for this invitation. I hope you are doing very well. I'm really pleased about that. My name is Pablo Lopez. I'm from the northwest of Spain, in a region called Galicia, just too close to Portugal. And I am involved in all this crazy technology that we used to call blockchain or DLT or whatever. I started it in 2014 when I was in Central America living, and I started to watch, and I started to feel how some people was using technology just to transfer them value through a figure called a cryptocurrency. In fact, it was Bitcoin. And my background was a guy who was focused on marketing and technology. I'm mainly more worried about how was the people and the person has influence about the technology and how the technology could help people to improve their quality of lives and the relationships, and how this technology could empower people, just throwing out the middlemans and mainly the central institutions. So it allowed me to stay in a first period of my life working with big multinationals inside in home. In the areas of IT and security and privacy. And after that, I decided to run my way. And when I get this deep contact with this technology, I decided to follow my way. Sure that in 2014, when I was at the Bitcoin conference and I saw the Vitalik's introduction to Ethereum, it was a fact that realized us what we can do with technology, and how the programmable money with the smart contract figure or the ERC20 tokens in a first step. Now the NFTs is on high, but there are tokens as well. How this kind of software could automate and execute with total transparency and with confidence a lot of actions. So in the following years, I started to understand and to be part of different projects. And okay, what's in the 2017, I think, when the ICO fever and so on, and they start to write a lot of white papers. I started to get involved and to get very, very involved in how the security of this software, security in the meaning of risk, how the security of this software or of these pieces of software called smart contracts were built. No? And I realized that even when, and I started to realize that even when we were talking about decentralization all the time, most of the configuration of these softwares was not really decentralized at all because of matter of scalability, because of matter of resources, because of matter of data availability. So I started to realize how it was being a problem on how these smart contracts were configured, and mainly not only on the on-chain analysis, mainly on the off-chain analysis, because the smart contract needs real data. I mean, needs data from we can say the real life, needs physical data provided by IoT devices or provided by pieces of software or data feeds or whatever, needs this data, and how we were protecting these smart contracts so much. It was based on cryptography, in fact, but we don't realize the problems of introducing the data on or of how are introducing this data. And that is when I decided to put the focus on it. I started to study about that, to talk with so many projects, to talk with so many people about how these configurations were being made. And the previous colleagues were talking too about the oracles and how the oracles be confident and so on. So I decided to realize on how we can fix or we can help to solve these kind of problems. And therefore, I started to make these contracts, to study this code, and started to, from a point of view of a blockchain solutions architect, how this configuration were misunderstood and how this configuration could improve. And it was when I started to play with different roles. About me, I can tell you that I have three, we can say three personalities. I have the developer personality, where I am focused on cybersecurity in blockchain, also in the smart contract audits, also in the layer of the forensics. I have the business hat because I love making the business development of projects and how to scale up and how to grow them. And then the investors too, because I have the chance to meet people who wants to invest in this kind of projects. That was the main idea of my blockchain venture builder called Creative Block, where I put in contact startups, corporations, and investors to develop projects. What kind of projects? Well, I love so much cryptocurrencies, of course. I love privacy, of course. But I am more focused on, I can say, real solutions like biotechnology, like health data, and so on. So with this blockchain venture builder, I could develop several projects, and one of them is called eQuantum, and eQuantum is an own business with two colleagues, with Fabian and Walter. One now is in Israel, and the other one is in Panama. And we develop a script to make security on the cloud configurations of our databases or our data feeds, and mainly when these data feeds are the ones who feed the oracles of the smart contract. No? And here's when the main topic of this conversation is about that. Okay, it's about that how this cloud configuration or this cloud misconfigurations can put in risk, in a very high risk, our projects. And these first 2 months of the year are being really, really, really crazy about how smart contracts are being exploited, or maybe not smart contracts, but the database that feeds the oracles of the smart contracts are being exploited continuously, and well, with the results that we all know. So, putting the focus on that, I will be very pleased if you can make any question or any suggestion or any reflection about that. I would like to start to share you just three slides. Unable to spare. Okay. If I want to, I think that if I need to share, I need some privilege on the session. Okay, no matter at all, I can explain that to you.
You can just try sharing your screen. You had full access.
Okay. I think that no, don't worry about that. I was trying to just to share a slide. Don't worry about that. I can manage it. Okay. What I wanted to tell you is about this risk of the smart contracts, and from the category of the risk, we can find the origin of this problem. No, we can have operational risk. I mean, the risk that requires the authorization or the features that are exploited when the token network, the governance is insufficient or flawed. Mainly there are on-chain problems, on-chain risk. We have implementing risk that are mistakes that we can make in the smart contract, and that makes that the behavior of the smart contract can be corrupted or can be working not as I was thinking to. And then there are also this design risk that it was required when we designed the architecture of the project. We should realize that most of the project that we are watching now on the ecosystem, we can say the DeFi projects and so on, most of them, maybe 90% of them, are not original. I mean, they are forks. In 2019, when we were living the DeFi summer, and when we started to show what DeFi can do with the smart contracts, we started to watch how I think it was Uniswap starting to put the solutions on the real thing. And then after that, we started to show so many decks, so many decentralized exchanges that was really forks of Uniswap. And in fact, if you go to the GitHub of Uniswap, I think that you can see more than 1,500 or 2,000 forks of the same code. That means that when you in the code and in the smart contract of the oracle that you use to feed or to input to give the data to the smart contract, if you just make a fork that is a copy and paste, you miss a lot of things, a lot of links, about where are you catching up the data. So that means that those links or those connections are not secured, So you feed the smart contract with data that it is not secured. Of course, that oracles, in fact, Chainlink, I love Chainlink. The oracles with the smart contract is well designed, use different tools and use different aspects to determine how to dismiss data that could be dangerous or that could be not trustable. But most of this data could have the appearance of good data, but they are not. So if we are just making this copy and paste, and we don't provide good data to the smart contract, we all know what happens. So that's why it is very important, of course, from an architect point of view, of the design of the project, on how the project is started, how the project will solve a problem, and what is the main data that we have. And why this is so important for me, and I want to emphasize this, because when we write the smart contracts, now, okay, all people say, no, a smart contract, it cannot be stopped when time is running, and this is false. Okay, we can pause, we can introduce in the code the pause function, and we can introduce the situations where the smart contract can be paused. And one of the reasons that we use the pause function is that, is the reason that if the smart contract introduce data that doesn't, I don't know if it fixed the right word, but when you introduce data that it is not the proper data, the smart contract can be paused by the owner or can be paused by the code. And if you introduce with a purpose this corrupted data, you can pause the smart contract. And if you can pause the smart contract, you can make an intervention on it, and there is when you can make the exploit. So this operational risk that I mentioned before, it's we have, or we need to take it in account, because there are like 10, I think that it could be 10 aspects of this operational risk, like this super user, this owner of the smart contract who introduced this pause function, and how this super user can be supplanted or can be corrupted. So the smart contract implement function allow this privileged role to unilaterally or arbitrarily alter the functionality of the asset. So here is a point of failure, as well as the blacklisting or barring functions in the smart contract. Okay, this implementation function that allows a privileged role to prohibit a specific address from exerting an essential functionality. And why this is important for me? Because if you have this kind of functions in your smart contract that are connecting, that are capturing, that are collecting the data from the cloud services mainly, if you introduce this corrupted data, you can pause. You can pause the smart contract. And when you can pause the smart contract, there is a vulnerability, of course. Another operational risk would be the logic of the contract or the asset configuration, that can be arbitrarily changed, as well as the cloud services. When I talked to you before about my company and how we started to make audits from the cloud environments in the smart contracts and the cloud environments of the data, we really realized that maybe 70% of the configurations of the cloud data, and we all know that most of the smart contract that we are watching and the Oracle feeds comes from AWS, from Micro, from whatever, and they are coming from data cloud that are not, that doesn't have a good configuration, and this is we can say that this is the basis of the cybersecurity. I mean, this is the basis of the security, in fact, on how do you configure it. Because even when you use this kind of services, you have a contract about what is your responsibility and what is the responsibility of the cloud provider. So if you don't make it properly, then you can put your smart contract in risk. So it is totally an off-chain risk that you can manage, but you don't do it properly. So this is the reason where you can find operational risk like the self-destruct functions. The smart contract, when it implements this function, allows a privileged role to remove tokens or remove tokens from the blockchain and burn or destroy all tokens and duplicate them or whatever. And these kind of actions that are occurring in the on-chain part could be corrupted from the off-chain part. And this is why I am obsessed about that, about how the cloud configuration. Of course, there is a solution. The solution is full decentralized, IPFS or another solutions about how to decentralize this storage data that you need to put in your smart contract. But if we realize that from where we take the data from our smart contracts, it is not from a decentralized structure. I mean, a simple smart contract about and if this then that, if the weather is sunny, then that close the window. To know if it is sunny or not, you use your Oracle, and your Oracle is provided by, of course, you can use IoT, sensor, whatever, but you use also the National Institute of Weather or Temperature or whatever that are providing this data through a cloud configuration, okay? So this is why it is a big problem for all of us who are involved in smart contract development, and we are involved in this security, about from where we are taking the data, and if these data are coming from a cloud service, to check if this cloud service is well configured, if it has risk, who is putting the data, how are they putting the data there, and we need to make this kind of check-ins, okay? For instance, another operational risk are the minting functions. When the smart contract implements a function that allowed a privileged role to increase circulation or not, and we are at the same place at the same time. I mean, if your smart contract has the function that if there is not enough liquidity, or if a big part or a percentage of the tokens are accumulated by a single one, you can automatically generate new tokens or generate new supplies in order to make this arbitrary account or the balance of the arbitrary account to make it properly. We are at the same time. It's how do we know that someone is accumulating? You can find this info on chain, but you can take this info also off chain from a cloud service. Mainly the exchanges that we are used to watch every day, and the hacks that we are watching every day at the exchanges are in this cloud part. I mean, 2 years ago in Spain, there was a big hack. Yeah, it was a big hack. It was 6 million euros of hack from the wallets of an exchange. And the vulnerability, it was off-chain. I mean, the centralized exchange has a database stored in the cloud with all the users, and the wallet linked to these users. And then this info is the info that feeds the different operations that you can do in the centralized exchange. So if you can corrupt this database, if you can corrupt, and you can enter in this database stored in the cloud, you will have the wallets, and you will have the addresses of the people who are storing the biggest accounts or the more accounts. So you just need to have this address. You just need to use the code to access to this wallet that is in the database, and you can make this supplantation of identity. So this is a big problem that we have, and we are, in my opinion, we are not being really confident about how the risk of the cloud services are inside of our projects. We talked about this operational risk in this cloud configuration. We can talk also in the implementation risk. Implementation risk, like rolling a non-crypto and a unique contract logic. So this implementing function that allow the holder of a privileged role to unilaterally and arbitrarily alter the functionality of the assets. We are at the same situation. We are giving this privileged role because it's the owner of the code. We are giving this priority, but then we feed this priority with data from a cloud. And as I am talking to you these last minutes, this data can be corrupted. We can make an unauthorized transfer. We can make incorrect signature implementations, and we can make this kind of risk often and more often than that we think. Just to finish with this kind of risk, we can have also this for me the bigger one, the design. Okay, the design risk. The design risk mainly are two kinds of risk. One is the untrusted control flow. The untrusted control flow shows us that the smart contract invokes functions on different smart contracts in order to trigger a functionality not defined within the contract itself. That means that when you have in a project, you know, most of the times you don't have only one smart contract, you have several smart contracts. And if this, you have to interact with these several smart contracts, you have to fix too if these other smart contracts, how they are catching the data and how they are managing the data, and if this data were took also from the cloud. Because maybe you can say, okay, I am not using data cloud, I am using IPFS or whatever, but you are interacting with another smart contract inside of your same project, and these other smart contracts are the ones who are interacting with cloud data. So it puts us in a matter of design, and that we have to be very, very, very aware of which smart contracts we are interacting with them and how we are managing them. In fact, these design operational risk are the ones that, in my opinion, are putting us in the most complicated situation. I mean, this untrusted control flow or the dependence of the transaction. For instance, if you provide this data and this data allows asynchronous transaction processing that it can be exploited for profit or protocol through this mempool where we're recording all the transactions. All that means that if you don't have this ability to design and to make this architecture aware of these cloud data introductions, it is not easy that in the mempool of the project or in the mempool of the net of the blockchain, you can introduce these transactions, and once the transaction is fixed in the block, it's done. It's done. And if we are using Bitcoin, each 10 minutes, we will have the block. But if we are using another blockchains, it's a matter of seconds. So this is why this design risk must be one of the priorities when we are designing the structure of the architecture of the smart contract, in order to determine if this data is provided by a cloud service or it's provided from where. From a more technical point of view, we can follow the code, and we can have this smart contract audit and try to find, it is like a tip, we try to find if in the smart contract includes the pause function to watch out from which reasons or how this pause action could be activated, if it could be activated only by hand, by the owner of the code, and how the owner of the code make the decision to pause it, in which situation. Many of the times you can find that there is another smart contract who makes this decision, but you can find in the code and in the docs of the code, you must find if you are taking the data from these cloud services, because what I'm telling you is about my opinion and my experience on how the smart contracts that I have to interact with are being configured, and how in this crazy race of developing this technology, how we are using these cloud services, and even most of the time we forget that we started this technology and we started this revolution because a lack of security, not because of a lack of expenses, gas, or scalability of quantity of data or whatever. So if we go to the principles of the Bitcoin white paper and what happened before, and when Xavo determined the smart contract function, we must realize that the security should be the priority. Security should be the priority. And most of the time we are forgetting that. We are forgetting that, of course. So just to go to the end of this little explanation, just to show you how in a code of a smart contract, where you have the function get the price, for instance, you have the function defined get the price, and the public view returns a data, and you use the feed of I don't know, Mesari or whatever. You should investigate on how they are providing you this data and from where. And of course, I told it before, of course, that their own Oracle could have kind of slippage to determine if the data are moving or not, if they are correlative or not, or if the data are. But the origin of the data is the first thing that we have to check. How this data is provided. It is not only a matter of an API that we link, that we point to our smart contract, Oracle, or whatever. We must determine how this data is being introduced, and if it is introduced through a cloud service, how this cloud service is being configured, and how this cloud service is checking that the data that they are using are the proper data and are the data that we need to use in the project. Because if we don't realize that, we will be having these problems that we are all time watching on our smart contracts. And when we have this function of get price, for instance, we have this situation. Some of the exploits that we can have on DeFi, for instance, when we have liquidations, some of these exploits are being produced because the get the price function is corrupted with data that it doesn't reflect the reality. So someone, intentionally or not, intentionally mainly, introduce this price wrong just to execute the liquidation. And then we all say that it was a problem of the code, that it was not secure, DeFi are not secure, tokens are not secure, cryptocurrencies are not secure, and it is not a problem of the code. It's a problem on how the data is being introduced in the code. It is a matter of how this data is being processed through a cloud service. And once the data go through this cloud service, then the data could be corrupt. And the data could be corrupt, and then the data could be going to the smart contract, and then I can alterate the data, or can alterate the logic of the code, and then we can have this kind of liquidation and all this kind of situation that we don't want. So to make it properly, in my opinion, we need to put more attention on this configuration of the cloud service, on how we are interacting with the cloud service. Of course, there is a soft logic to solve that, and it is not use data that is coming from a cloud service. But if we make this decision, maybe we cannot have access, or we cannot have access, or we cannot have data enough to manage our smart contract, and that could put us in a very big problem because if we don't have data, we don't have the input to execute the smart contract. So what I'm talking about now, and what I'm working about now, is on how this kind of audit of the cloud environment could be fixed through the Oracle to the smart contract. What I'm thinking about is how to use this script, or a script, to audit the cloud, how to introduce this script in the smart contract. When I say now the smart contract is the Oracle smart contract, in such a way that the smart contract will have the capability of audit or to trace the data. That could fix us with the problem of trust in the data provided by a cloud service. If you can make this, if you can introduce this script, you can put it on alert when data are not coming from a well-configured data cloud, from a non-trustable source, or from of a data cloud, or you can determine the different red flags that you can put in these situations. In the following months, I'm thinking on how to use the technologies that we have now accessible, on how we can improve this mechanism to audit the cloud services that are providing the data through to our Oracle. And maybe we can think about on how to use a kind of machine learning algorithm just to start to train this cloud audit function to determine how we can identify, determine, and identify the risk of the data provided. And maybe this could be, for me, of course, it's something interesting to do, but we must realize, and I ask you openly to make yourself, the ones of you who are making code, to think about that, to think about when we are writing the code, when we are using the Oracle, if we are checking, or if we have any tool, or if we have any function, or how we are doing this audit, this checking on how this data is being provided to the smart contract, how the data is being provided to the oracles, because we know that how the oracles works. My previous colleagues were talking about that, but we must emphasize of how we are using these oracles, and how these oracles can help us using this cybersecurity layer, or these cybersecurity functions, to optimize the data, the real data that we are using in our smart contract. Because trust, the truth, or the truth of the data is subjective, no? I mean, no, we can say that, okay, if the data is provided by an institution, the data could be fine. And okay, we all know that we must not trust, we must verify. And if we verify that this data is provided through a cloud configuration, and if we can see, for instance, inside of the cloud architecture, who is the owner of the data, or how the data is being collected, we will realize that we are not using data that is real, in fact. For instance, when I was talking before about the smart contract of the weather, the process of capturing the data of the weather is being provided by a central institution. It is not provided by the millions of thermometers in the streets, in every place, that could give us this info. It is provided by a central institution. And this central institution, you must verify if they are using good data. Why? Because most of these central institution or official institution or whatever, the Institute of the Health and whatever, they are not using real data. I mean, they are just putting their thermometers in a place, and they took the temperature 3 times a day, and they are providing you this temperature 3 times a day. But they are not giving you the real data of the time, and it's a lack of optimized resources. So if we want to know, and this is a very simple example, but it can reflect very well what we are talking about. If we don't have the access to the real data in time, trustable, we will be introducing, again, in our Oracle, data that could alter, that could modify, that could pause our smart contract. So that is where why I'm quite focused on this kind of data. You can have also the chance or the alternative to use data provided by hardware, okay, and link this hardware directly to the smart contract Oracle. And maybe this is one point that could be very interesting in the following years. We need, and this is a big message, we need to develop own hardware to our projects. Because all these situations that I am talking to you about the problems of using data from cloud and the risk of the data used from cloud could be solved if we use hardware, if we use IoT devices, if we use our own devices, and our own devices could be made with a Raspberry Pi and a few sensors. This could be the opportunity to make a real decentralized network. Using these devices, physical devices, hardware devices, to capture, to generate the data that we need to our smart contracts. Because if we don't do that, and if we are using cloud services, we cannot have the 100% security of how this data, not only how this data are being collected, not only how this data is being processed, also how this data is being provided to you. And we all know which kind of business is in providing data. As much as you pay, as better info you have. And this is not aligned with our decentralization mindset. This is not allowed. So think, I will, just to finish, I would really want to make you think, or to invite you to think about this situation about how the data that we are collecting to our smart contract oracles that are using then in our smart contract projects, how we are collecting this data, and if this data is coming from cloud services, how the cloud service is configured, how the cloud services is collecting the data, how the cloud service is processing and storing the data, and how this data is being provided to you or to your project. So this is my reflections, my opinions that I wanted to share with you. I really appreciate the chance, the opportunity to talk with you. Thank you very much for the invitation from my colleagues from India. Thank you so much, all the people that have been listening to my ideas or to listening on how these cloud vulnerabilities could affect to our smart contracts, and for instance, affecting to the smart contracts will affect to our lives, to our jobs, and to our passions. Thank you so much for your time. If you have any question, you can write it here in the message, or if you want to connect, you have in the main page my Twitter address or my Twitter user, and of course through the organization you can contact. And well, I will be following the rest of the day as much as my connection could help me, and tomorrow I will be following the conference, and I'll try to be active and participate. Thank you so much for this chance, and thank you so much for this time.
Thank you, Pablo. It was our honor to have you with us, and yes, it was a very nice aspect, we can say, because we often miss out the off-chain component, right? The cloud component, and we most of the time we are talking about the smart contract vulnerabilities, right? All those vectors and all, and yes, we miss out the cloud itself, and which can lead out to some problematic vectors itself, right? Which you have pointed out, the implementation vectors, the operational vectors as well, right? If you're having a bad configuration, you will be getting a bad data from the oracles, right? So this was very wonderful to know about, and also this will help, you can say, auditors or all security enthusiasts to consider this aspect as well, that even though your smart contract is completely working fine, you still have the chance of being exploited, because the configuration on the server itself, on the cloud itself, is not giving you the consistent data, right?
That
So
is
that's
that
one
is
thing, right?
that is the main point. That is the main point. Thank you very much for this recap.
Right, right. And yes, thanks to you for showing us this side of this Web3 world as well. And yes, one thing I wanted to know, let's say, yes, we have a bad configuration onto the, let's say, cloud, right? So how we gonna tackle with that, right? Like, how you gonna tackle with that? Like, how you would be able, like, you would be finding that configuration, or let's say,
Mhm.
if it gets exploited, right, would be the next step, right, to solve that issue?
Yeah. Once that the bad data is introduced in the smart contract, we must find this pause function that
Mhm,
we talked before, because
mhm,
most of the contracts includes this function. Most of the time, it is not public. It is not public even in the GitHub, but they
mhm,
have this pause function. So if
mhm,
we realize that for a mistake or whatever, bad data is coming to our smart contract, just try to identify the owner of the data, or the
mhm,
owner of the code of the smart contract, and ask him to or her to identify the pause function, or try to identify by yourself the pause function and try to
mhm,
activate it. Because you will be stopping, or you will be pausing the smart contract, so the exploit could not continue. And after that, you must do these forensics to
mhm,
identify from which source came the data, and then if it came through a cloud service, talk and speak with the cloud provider on how
mhm,
this data was introduced, and then the forensics will continue through the origin.
mhm. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, so these are the steps here that we have got from Bablo, and we all should follow that because this is a thing we don't usually consider, right? And Jean and Shubham has already given you a thanks for your talk. It was a wonderful talk, and yes, with that, I will like to say thank you for joining Unchained, for coming with us, and it was an honor for us as well. And hoping to see you soon, probably in another event and another collaboration we're gonna be doing. So yes, we will be meeting you soon, right?
Sure, sure,
And
sure.
yeah,
We
I
will
just
be
wanted
talking.
to,
We will be
yeah,
talking soon.
yeah, I just wanted to tell the users that actually Pablo was getting like not getting good internet right before the talk, but somehow he managed. So cheers to him for his struggle. And yes, hoping to see you soon, Pablo. Yeah, bye bye. Have a nice
Bye
day.
bye. Thank you. Thank you so
Yeah.
much. Bye.
All right. Surname, hop in, hop back in.
Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah. So
There you are, my friend. Looking great.
yeah.
Yes, had you dinner or what?
Yeah. So I think it's time for next to bring in next speakers, and
Yes.
without any delay, we should bring.
Yes. So we have our next speaker, the renowned personality. We all know him. He's like the most active person on LinkedIn, sharing all the cool insights that is going on in the Web3. Is coming up with his own project. The Hi-Fi is coming up. Rap Asset project. Yeah, so many things. Rosa is there with us. So yeah, hi sir. How are you?
Hi, I'm fine. How are you guys doing?
All good, sir. All good.
Awesome.
And with me, he is Arnim. So yeah, you possibly knowing about him. Yeah. So yes. So I guess we are already like a couple of minutes late, so I guess we can give the stage to Rosa, and he
Sure.
can just quickly start with that, right?
Sure. I'd like to
So
share my screen.
yes. Anand, can you give the
I've done that. Is it visible?
Mm, Anand, you need to, well, I guess, switch on the tab.
Oh, sure, please.
Yes. All right. Now we can hide ourselves.
Okay. No, I'd like to keep this session interactive. So
Mhm.
if there are questions, will you read them out to me?
For sure.
Yeah.
Then we will be here with you.
Awesome.
Mhm.
So sorry. So hi everyone, my name is Rohas Nagpal and I'm going to be talking to you about blockchain security 101. I hope my audio video are clear. So I'd like to start with the absolute basics because I believe that's where we start to go wrong. When we are talking about security, let's start at the absolute first level. Now, when we talk about a blockchain network, which I hope you can see on my screen, it's visible, right? You see this red patch with addresses, ledger, and data written in the middle. Is that visible? Arnav, is that visible?
Yeah, your screen is clear.
Awesome. So I'm going to keep asking you, just keep giving me a yes, no, so that I know it's all good. So when we talk about a blockchain, conceptually, this is what it looks like. Right at the heart of it is a shared ledger. That's right in the middle here. A ledger of transactions, which are being done by entities who have addresses. And then there could also be metadata relating to those transactions, which goes into this. So sorry. So any blockchain, whether we are talking about Bitcoin or we are talking about Solana, ultimately this is the most important part of it. The shared ledger, the entities and the data. Now, how do we connect to this blockchain? So a blockchain can have a large number of nodes, and logically each node is supposed to have the same data. And I've set up a conceptual diagram here where let's say this is the running blockchain. These are all the different kinds of nodes around it. Now let's take this first example. So let's say there is a bank which is connecting to the blockchain for certain transactions. Now this is the node which the bank has connected to, and this is their internal network. Now in this internal network, it's a small diagram, but here you can see these are the users who are then connecting to the bank's internal networks, their web server, the sessions are being managed, everything is being done in a typical scenario here. And then this system connects to the blockchain through the API layer. Then there could be other nodes which are not connected to the network. So maybe this bank also has multiple other nodes are running. Although they are not connecting to it, they are still running the node because logically, the more the nodes, the more secure the blockchain becomes or the more decentralized it becomes. So this bank may run multiple. Then there may be another bank be doing a similar scenario. This may be a company again doing the similar scenario because in the blockchain world, we are not having a very uniform client base. It is a very hybrid client base. There could be all sorts of entities here. Then depending upon the blockchain, you may even have admin nodes. So suppose we are setting up like a permissioned blockchain. Even though it's a public blockchain, there are permissions here. Now permissions need to be granted and revoked from time to time through admin nodes. So that creates another new kind of a node here. In other systems, we may have validator nodes or mining nodes. Now, these are people who may not be doing business on the blockchain, but they are very critical to the blockchain because they are validating blocks or they are calculating the proof of work, and based on that, blocks are being created. And then there could be blockchain explorers. So, as we know, in every public blockchain, there will be an explorer. And through that explorer, anybody in the world, without even needing to log in, can see all the transactions, all the addresses, everything that is happening on the blockchain. So naturally, there may be nodes doing that, which are then connected to a web server, which is then making it easy for anyone through a browser or a cell phone, whatever, to access all the real-time data on the blockchain. So
Sorry
this
to
is what.
interrupt you, sir. Sorry to interrupt you. Like, are the slides moving? People are
No,
not able
it's
to.
one. It's one only.
Okay,
Is it
so
not
is it
visible?
on the first slide? It's still is on.
First was this blockchain security 101, and this was the
Actually,
red patch with
we
that.
cannot see the slides moving. It's still on the first slide. The
Oh no.
blockchain.
Oh, that's really strange.
Yes.
Is it better now? I mean,
Yes. Now we can see that.
Oh, I'll repeat. Then I'll have to just repeat. Yeah, give me a
Yes.
second. Yeah,
So,
no
sir,
problem.
would it be fine if you can keep this in presentation mode, like
This mode?
a little bit enlarged?
Uh, Unfortunately, this is the maximum size is going. Is it not clearly visible?
I guess you can click the play button, so it will be like on the full screen mode.
It is full screen right now.
Okay.
For me, it's full
Yeah,
screen.
then yeah. Uh,
Is it not clear at all?
I guess yeah, it is fine. I guess we can see it.
Okay, so now you're able to see this red patch in the middle.
Yes, yes. Now we can see that.
Okay, so let me give a quick recap.
Yeah, sure,
So,
sir.
as I explained, conceptually, a blockchain revolves around a shared ledger. So, when we talk about Bitcoin, the shared ledger is the ledger of all the transactions that are happening in the Bitcoin world. And each transaction would comprise multiple addresses, amounts, dates. So that is the ledger. These are the addresses which each entity has, and this could be metadata relating to transactions. This is not other normal data like say in an NFT based platform. The actual high resolution version of the NFT is not going to be on the blockchain. That may be on a separate web server or it may be on an IPFS system. But the metadata is going to be on the blockchain. So this is actually the core of the blockchain. And the entire function of all the nodes is to make sure that this data is provably immutable and it is absolutely authentic and it is visible to everybody all the time. Is that part clear? Any questions so far? A quick yes no would help me.
Not yet,
Okay,
sir.
awesome. Now there are nodes, right? So what does a node really do? See, a blockchain needs a blockchain framework. So Bitcoin is an example. So Bitcoin Core is a blockchain framework. Multi-chain is another blockchain framework. We need to install that on top of an operating system, which we're going to come to later. And that node which we spin up is going to be responsible for maintaining the blockchain or the state. And we can spin up more and more blockchains. And in many blockchains, the more the nodes, the more the security, especially in a proof of work kind of a scenario. But it's always better and more decentralized to have as many nodes as we can. Now, when it comes to connecting to the blockchain, let's presume that in our scenario, there is one bank here, which is bank A, another bank here, which is bank B, and a third one, say a company C. Now, this bank A is running this one node connected to the blockchain, and their internal network and web servers are connecting to their node through the API service. This bank may also run another node which is not connected to it. So it may not be used as part of the API, but just because they want to run multiple nodes, they want to add decentralization, they are also running nodes which are not connected to the network. All clear and visible so far? Yeah? Quick yes, no? Uh,
Yeah, the presentation is clearly visible.
Awesome. I'm sorry, I'll keep interrupting you because that's the only way I'll make sure that everything's clear. Right. So now, whatever transactions are happening, so let's say they are customers of the bank who are logging into the banking application and then connecting to their blockchain account. So this would become a scenario of a custodial wallet, kind of like how crypto exchanges operate, where your wallet is actually controlled by that centralized party, which is a bank or an exchange. And when you log in, it authenticates you based on the username password. And then transactions are actually pushed by that centralized party. So your private key is not under your control. Your private key is actually under the control of the bank. You authenticate through username password, and then the private key is used to sign transactions, which are being pushed onto the shared ledger. Multiple other nodes which are doing nothing but except just helping to keep the blockchain decentralized. And that could be the case in bank A, bank B, as well as company C. However, there may be then third parties who are connecting to the blockchain and running their own wallets, which is what we would call as a non-custodial wallet where your private key is with you. So that means individual people could also set up their own nodes, which is an example here. Then there could be validator or mining nodes depending upon what consensus mechanism our blockchain is using. So in a proof of stake kind of an environment, we would have validators. In a proof of work, we would have miners. Now they are not really taking part in the transactions, but they are validating blocks, they are running all the mining services, so they are running their own bunch of nodes. Then if we are running a permissioned blockchain, even though it is public, it may be permissioned. There are various kinds of permissions which could be given, and that is where an admin node would step in to give permissions as well as to revoke permissions. And then we have explorers, which is where anybody in the world without needing to log in could actually connect to the blockchain, and they could view all the transactions in real time, see all the things that have happened in the past, and then there may be nodes running specifically to connect to this as a web service. So this is an overview of a simple blockchain. You can keep adding layers of complexity on top of this. There may be decentralized exchanges connecting, centralized exchanges connecting. Oracle networks could be connected here. And Oracle basically brings data from the outside world to the blockchain, or takes it from the blockchain to the outside world. And and oracles can be inbound, outbound, hardware, software. So we can keep adding layers of complexity. But this is fundamentally what a blockchain looks like. All clear so far? Are there any questions on this layout?
Not yet, sir.
Okay, now I want some inputs from the audience. Right now, just by looking at this, can you tell me some of the attack points or the vulnerabilities? Where could they arise from? In this simple model, where all do you think things could go wrong? Anyone wants to take a shot? Has anyone put in any comments or?
I think not yet. No one has done that.
Would you like to add some points here?
Actually, no. I'm actually going through the model itself. Yeah, but I'm figuring out is somewhere related to a validator itself. Like, what if the validator itself is a malicious validator?
That's one very good point. Yes, that's a very good point.
And
So,
someone,
how
and
do we
someone has
try to-
given.
Yeah.
Yeah. So someone has also pointed out some API endpoints.
Yes. Very good.
Someone has pointed out. Prajwal has pointed out the API endpoints.
Excellent.
Shubham has pointed out between blockchain and Oracle's data.
Perfect.
And Shashank has pointed out running malicious node.
Perfect.
So these are the things that we got till yet.
Excellent points. So, this API service, if you realize today in most blockchains, there are third-party API services. So let's take an example of Bitcoin Core. So Bitcoin Core has its own APIs, but then that's not very easy to use. So people build third-party API on top of that. And what if there is a vulnerability in that API service? Because these API services could be even hosted by a third party. And then what is happening is this bank here, their internal software connects to a third party API running on a third party infrastructure. The third party then connects to the blockchain. So if something goes wrong at that end, or there is a man in the middle kind of an attack, and you've actually ended up connecting to the wrong kind of API service, you are exposing everything. Especially in a custodial format, even the private keys could get compromised in that situation. Then at the validator level, yes, you could have malicious validators. Now, many blockchains try to control that by putting a monetary fine. So, when you are in a proof of stake kind of a system, you stake certain crypto. And then if you have been found to be malicious, your crypto can be confiscated. But if the amount you're losing is less than the profit you're making because of hacking the network, well, then you would not bother and you would actually go ahead with that attack. So that creates another level of problem. And everywhere you see connections, there's another issue which could arise. Another man in the middle attack could happen here, where even if it is your own API service, what if your node has been compromised? Now, this is one of the biggest myths in blockchain. We always say that all nodes have the same data. First of all, that's not always true, because every node is not syncing all the time. So let's say, for whatever reason, this node of ours goes down for 1 hour. When it spins up again, first it has to sync all the data of the last 1 hour. So at that point of time, you did not have exactly the same data. Secondly, our nodes are hybrid. They are all not going to run the same operating system. So we may have some nodes running on Linux, some on Windows, some on Mac. All the nodes may not even be patched properly at the same time, which means some nodes are actually more vulnerable than the others. So if somebody was to break into this node and put malicious transactions, this bank would automatically start believing in the malicious or fake transactions. Whereas this bank, their node has not been compromised, so they actually have the authentic data. But how would this bank even come to know that its node has been tampered? They would never realize that, and they may end up believing in transactions which are actually not true. Any questions? Is this concept clear to all of you? You think there are any other attack points, methods that we have missed out so far?
Not yet. David has pointed out, what if the internal network itself is.
Excellent point. Excellent point. So what if now there is an attack here? So I told you that in a custodial wallet scenario, the bank is maintaining your private key and they are authenticating you using username password. But what if somebody through phishing gets your username password and logs in? There is no way for the bank to know that the wrong person is logged in. The bank system says this is the username logged in, this is the private key related to him. So if this username pushes a transaction, automatically the private key is used to sign the transaction. There is no way for the bank to know that the wrong person is giving it, and immediately the transaction can be carried out. So you're perfectly right. There could be an attack, a conventional attack at this level also. Excellent point. Anything else you guys can think of?
Not yet.
Okay,
I guess
awesome.
yes.
Awesome, but I hope you've understood that when it comes to blockchain security, the blockchain element comes much later. Conventional security is a much bigger issue in the beginning.
True.
Now I've changed my screen. Has it changed? Does it show the word conceptual on top?
The slide has not yet changed. Yes, now it has been changed.
So that means in this service, you need to first exit full screen, then change the slide, and then come back.
Yes, might
Now
be.
can you see this layers
Yes,
and the word conceptual?
yes, conceptual. Yes, is
So
there.
now I am showing you conceptually what a blockchain node looks like. In the previous diagram, we saw how the nodes fit into the overall scenario. Now let's take it to the next step. At the bottom of any node is going to be an operating system. And this could be anything, any flavor of Linux, Windows, Mac. We need to first of all make sure that it is hardened, which means the basic security is put into place for that particular operating system. Now here, I mean, there are huge checklists which I could talk to you about, but one of the first things that we would do is in this operating system, we need to make sure it is updated. So every flavor, every operating system, all the time there are updates coming in as and when new features come out, are rolled out, or even when security problems are found. So we need to firstly make sure that our operating system is constantly updated. Secondly, we need to make sure that the root logins are disabled so that people are not able to log into the node with root permissions, because that's not needed. Because if something goes wrong, it's a massive attack on the node which could take place. So we need to set up another user with lower privileges, which is going to actually create the framework, connect to the blockchain. We need to make sure proper firewall is in place. We need to block ports. See, a computer has 65,000 plus ports, but we don't need all of them. There are only a certain number of ports needed depending upon what that node is going to do. So if your node is going to run a web service, well, you need port 80 open. If it is going to run FTP, you will need 23 open, for example. If it is going to run an email service, which usually you shouldn't be running an email service on a blockchain node, but say your use case requires it, then only you would open those ports. Otherwise, you would make sure all those ports are shut and only the bare minimum ports needed, only they are kept open. Any questions so far? Is it all clear?
All good, all good. Just somebody has pointed out that it is better to not go full screen because the slides get stuck.
But right now, is it clearly visible to
Yes,
all of
yeah,
you?
right now it's fine. Yes.
Now that we have this in place, let's talk about the blockchain framework. Now, you have to actually set up a blockchain, right? So, for example, when we talk about Ethereum, so Ethereum is not a blockchain. The blockchain's name is mainnet, and then there are a few test nets. Ethereum is the protocol, which is very similar to say HTTP or HTTPS, like hypertext transfer protocol, post office protocol, simple mail transfer protocol. Ethereum is a protocol. It has its own framework that we need to actually install. Bitcoin Core we can install. Similarly, I've taken an example of multi-chain. we need to actually install them. And that is the layer where the framework is actually put. And we must remember, blockchains don't have their own operating systems. At the end of the day, they are like regular applications. They need an operating system on which you are going to then install them. So that becomes our blockchain framework. And obviously, if there is a vulnerability in the framework itself, that opens up a massive security hole. And I'd like to give an example. Like many people say blockchains cannot be hacked. That's not true. People say Bitcoin has never been hacked. Again, that's not true. I think this was about way back in 2010. Of course, Bitcoin was very new, but there was a protocol level vulnerability which was exploited, and the hackers managed to create billions of Bitcoins, billion with a B for Bombay. Now you'll be surprised that Bitcoin is only supposed to have 21 million at most. How is it that they managed to create billion? Well, unfortunately, that was a vulnerability which was exploited. Then, I think in a few hours, the vulnerability was patched, and then the blockchain network had to undergo a soft fork. Everyone had to update their their framework, and then those malicious transactions were actually rolled back. So, yes, blockchain level frame problems do happen. Let me give you another example of Ethereum. So you may remember, I'm not sure the year, maybe 2016 if it was, when the world's first DAO was set up, decentralized autonomous organization, and somebody found a flaw in the smart contract and they managed to siphon off a huge amount of ETH. Now at that time there was a question, what do we do? In a blockchain world, you can roll back transactions if you do a hard fork. Everyone didn't agree with that. I also think that was a wrong thing to do because blockchains are supposed to be immutable. If you roll back transactions, how is a blockchain immutable? Tomorrow, malicious users could also roll it back, but it was decided to roll back. People agreed, some didn't agree. So the Ethereum blockchain hard forked into two, and that is why today we have Ethereum with a native token of ETH, and we have Ethereum Classic with a native token of ETC. And ETC did not roll back. Ethereum rolled back those malicious transactions and people got their funds back. And that is how the blockchain split into two. So those are issues that happen at the blockchain framework level. Another example of a hard fork would be when people wanted to upgrade Bitcoin, SegWit technology, they wanted to increase block size to make Bitcoin transactions faster and cheaper. Some agreed, some disagreed. Bitcoin had a hard fork, and that is why we have Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash, two independent blockchains which have the same addresses. And whoever held Bitcoin at that time was given an equivalent number of Bitcoin Cash at that time, and the same address works. So those are the issues that happen at the blockchain framework level. Any questions? All clear?
No questions still yet.
Awesome. Then we talk about the keys and the assets. So, in a blockchain, we need to set up a wallet. What is a wallet? A wallet primarily comprises your address to which people can send cryptos, your private key, which is what you would use to sign transactions to move your cryptos out. So to receive the cryptos, you don't need to bother, you don't need to do anything. People can send it to you. But to move them out, you need your private key. So usually the signing keys are usually on an algorithm called ECDSA, which stands for the elliptical curve digital signature algorithm. And there could be a problem at that level. We haven't seen one yet, but from time to time, these algorithms become redundant. So for example, when we talk about hashing algorithms, ECDSA is a signing algorithm. Hashing algorithms, the world at one time used to use MD5. Then MD5 was attacked and it was shown that it is too weak now. The world moved to SHA-1, which was subsequently attacked. I think by Google was one of the first to prove it. The world moved to SHA-2. We have SHA-512. But a time will come when even SHA-512 becomes redundant, because as computers become faster, we need to keep upgrading the hash functions that we use. So that is another level of problem that can arise when it comes to the algorithms that are being used. But all blockchains are designed in such a way that these things can be updated once the blockchain is running. So in a blockchain, always remember there are two kinds of parameters. One which we are called runtime parameters. We can keep changing them even when the blockchain is running. And certain things we cannot change. So those are things that, like something as core as whether the blockchain has a native token or not. That's not a decision that you can change. Once you take a decision on yes or no, that can never be changed in future. But parameters like hashes and all can be changed in the future also. Any questions?
Not yet. Yes,
Okay.
but yeah, that is like very true. And we are now facing quantum computing issues as well upon these elliptical curves and like encryption algorithms, signatures, and all. Yeah. So yes, as you pointed out, this will be obsolete at some point of time, and we have to look forward for some new solutions. Right.
Absolutely. Then we have the next thing, which is the assets. Now, again, blockchains can be of two types. One which only supports one native asset. Classic example would be Bitcoin. And then there could be blockchains like Ethereum, mainnet, where you can come and create as many tokens as you want. So, in fact, that is usually the distinction between a coin and a token. In a Bitcoin, since there is just that one native token, we call it a coin. In the Ethereum mainnet, there is a native token or a native crypto called ETH, which is a coin. But when you go and create tokens on it, for example, BAT, basic attention token, that is called a token because it is not native to the blockchain. It is created on top of the blockchain, but not native to it. So ETH is a coin, BAT would be a token. Now, when we create these, or you can create NFTs or whatever you want, ultimately, these are cryptos or assets, and these assets have their own permissions, and a lot of this comes out of the smart contracts. And if there is a vulnerability in the smart contract, that can be exploited. So a classic example again goes back to is the DAO, the first DAO, decentralized autonomous organization. There was a vulnerability or a mistake in the way the contract itself was written, and that led to the hack. So usually, a lot of us would use Open Zeppelin kind of services where they have developed open source smart contracts, and you can just tick a few buttons. It creates the smart contract which you can then deploy. And because these are created by experts around the world in an open source kind of a thing, they're usually considered to be extremely robust. But again, there's a limit to how much configuration can be given to you in a ready-made template, and that is why then people need to make their own customized versions. And if those are not audited properly or secured properly, then they could create a massive problem, and you could have a layer an attack at this level. All clear? Any questions? Yes,
All
no?
good, sir. All good.
Awesome. Now that we've taken a look at these three, then comes the API layer. So like I said, Bitcoin Core has its own API, but then we want added functionality. So an example of multi-chain, which took the Bitcoin Core and then built their own API layer on top. Then you have an example where even though you are running the node, you are using some other third-party API service. So that is ideally what comes at this level, and it has its own set of things that could go wrong. The APIs are not created properly. Authentication is not done properly. If the API is not handling credentials properly, if there is an attack at the API infrastructure provider level, so all those are the kind of problems that could happen at the API level. Then finally, you have the applications and UI. See, at the end of the day, for the end user, it has to be simple to use the API or the blockchain. So he will need web and mobile applications. Now there are hazard things that could go wrong, and that's conventional. Just because it is a blockchain app or a DApp doesn't change the security implications. No matter what is the app, at the end of the day, you're going to use more or less the same programming languages, the same front end, the same back end, the same kind of databases. A lot of people don't realize, but in every blockchain app, you are going to have conventional databases also. You are going to have HTML, JavaScript, you are going to have a lot of conventional technology pieces, and they have the same problems across the world. So those also need to be tackled, and if we don't tackle them, it compromises the security of our application. Questions?
All good. Good to go.
Awesome. Let me now again shift to the next. Has the screen changed?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So now let me tell you about the three basic kind of attacks that happen. And I mean, I've been talking about cybersecurity. So I started my career as a hacker in the early 1990s. And I think since then, we still talk about just these three attacks. So one is a man in the middle attack, another is a phishing attack, and the third is a spoofing attack. And there are some elements which are common to all three. So let's take a very simple example of a man in the middle attack. You're sitting at an airport and now you want to connect your device to the Wi-Fi service at the airport, right? So you are now supposed to connect to the router. Whether it's a coffee shop or an airport, the scenario is the same. Is the same in your house also. But how do you know that you are connecting to the correct router? It is possible for someone to launch a man-in-the-middle attack where you set up your own service which pretends to be the original service. Everybody connects to you. So, at one time we've done this on Gmail. I don't know if it still happens on that, but you are logging into your Gmail account. The moment you enter your username password, instead of going to Gmail, it goes to this man in the middle. That man in the middle copies your username password and keeps it, but also passes it on to the actual Gmail servers through the proper router. Gmail authenticates and logs you in. The data flows, the man in the middle copies and keeps a copy of your emails and also passes it to you. So you as an end user didn't even realize, because this whole thing took a fraction of a second more. So you did not realize that your data is now being streamed somewhere else also, because you are able to log in and see your own email account. And the same thing you can apply to a DApp, you can apply to an online e-commerce kind of a shopping scenario. Everywhere a man in the middle attack can be carried out. And honestly, I've been seeing these attacks for decades now, and they're kind of still as easy to pull off as they've always been. And another misconception people have is that SSL doesn't allow this to happen. Not true at all. You can very easily spoof and duplicate SSL certificates, and the end user doesn't realize what's actually happening. Any questions on this?
Nope, all good.
Awesome. Phishing is the term which we use when you get a fake email, but you don't even realize it's fake. It'll have a link, you click on it, and you end up compromising your credentials. So I remember getting an email from, I'm not sure, I think it was MetaMask, and it looked very official. The URL also from where the email was coming looked pretty official. And it said there is some problem with your MetaMask. So please enter your recovery key phrase into it. Now, obviously, I realize it's a fake email because MetaMask doesn't know who you are. You have never given your email address to them. But that's the beauty of it. A lot of people don't realize this. And they trust these emails. In fact, it happens in social media all the time, where you get fake emails from Instagram and you end up clicking on a link and entering your username password, and it gets stolen and your account is hijacked. The same kind of things happen in the crypto world also. So that's another very important thing that you need to be careful. And it's just user education. There's nothing else you can do. Any questions?
Not yet. Yeah, but yes, it happens with everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. And the third is spoofing, which is kind of like very similar to man in the middle and phishing, because you've got to realize, how do you know you're getting the correct applications? Let's take an example of MetaMask. What if you ended up downloading MetaMask from a fake site and you don't even realize, but you've got a compromised MetaMask and it actually opens a backdoor? Or any app that you download, many fake versions exist. You may go to Google Play Store, but you may end up getting the fake app, and that happens very, very often. And that's another issue. So in fact, that is why the Brave browser now has its own crypto wallet, but you don't need to download an extension. The Brave browser itself functions as a wallet. So their logic is that because it doesn't require you to download extensions, it makes you less vulnerable to this kind of a fake app download attack. So I would strongly recommend, do consider using the Brave browser as your default browser, because it has its own crypto wallet also built in. And plus, of course, it's an amazing project, no doubt. Any questions?
All good, sir.
Okay, I'm going to change my slide. Let me know if it's visible.
Yes, it's good.
So as we discussed in the beginning, just to give an overview of that, we saw that attacks can happen on multiple levels. The most common levels that we need to figure out and be careful about is the nodes. We talked about all the different kinds of nodes and the vulnerabilities and the attack points. We talked about wallets. Primarily, wallets are of two types: custodial and non-custodial. Custodial is where your private key is with someone else, dangerous. Non-custodial, where your key is with yourself, but you could face the danger of downloading the fake wallet. Someone phishes you and you end up giving the credentials to someone. Someone hacks into your computer, does a man in the middle attack, they could still end up compromising your wallet. And third, of course, we saw at the API, UI, UX level also attacks can take place. Now, let me go to the last slide. Is it visible now? You see a bunch of logos of different blockchains.
Yes, it is visible. And so Prathamesh has asked one question. Uh, like when we send some data or transaction over blockchain, so he's asking like, isn't it encrypted, or like is it still affected by man in the middle attack?
Good. So it's a good question. See, a man in the middle attack even takes care of encryption, because what we've got to realize is how is the encryption happening. So suppose I am the user and you are the bank. Now, between your website and my browser and your web server, a connection has to be established. So SSL handshake happens. Now, when this SSL handshake is happening, it requires me to communicate certain data and you to then calculate and send certain data, and a session key has to be generated. But the point is, in a man in the middle attack, the data sent by you is stopped by the man in the middle. He stops your data and then creates his own data and sends it forward. So the bank doesn't realize that it is not dealing with the correct person. The man in the middle appears to both sides to be the genuine guy. So encryption is happening, but the decryption key is with the man in the middle. Logically, the decryption key should be with you and the bank, but the real decryption key is with the bank and the man in the middle. And that is why even if it's encrypted data, it doesn't make any difference. Secondly, blockchains by default do not encrypt data. Encryption is supposed to be done at your traffic layer, where your browser or the SSL layer would actually take care of it. The blockchains don't by default do that. Hope that answers your question.
Hope it does. I'll tell you like if he asks another question.
Any other questions?
Not yet. All good.
Okay. Now, the last thing that I'd like to talk about is, so as a blockchain architect and developer, I've worked across these 16 blockchains. Let me just briefly talk to you about them, and maybe from a security aspect also. So, what I like about Algorand is that Algorand is, they've got features of permissioned blockchain in it. So that means if suppose there has been some kind of a crime or a hack, and we feel that certain addresses are having the stolen tokens, then you can actually quarantine the assets. And the beauty of that is, once you block that address, it cannot transfer that token out. So then you can do your investigation and do a forced transfer, and the crime can be rolled back without the need for a hard fork. So of course that does make Algorand kind of a permissioned blockchain, but then I think it has its own plus points also. If you have any questions, I mean, you can keep interrupting me. So that's one of the good things about Algorand. Any
Right.
questions?
Yeah, not yet. So yes, that is nice in terms of Algorand. What in terms of public blockchains? What would be your recommendation like to follow for
Sure.
general user?
Sure. So what you must remember is that Algorand is also a public blockchain. So I have actually, in building my own hi-fi or hybrid finance blockchain, we've taken features from many different blockchains. What is the definition of a public blockchain? I think a public blockchain means where the data is visible publicly through, say, an explorer. A public blockchain can be permissioned. So Algorand data is publicly available, so I can call it a public blockchain. Because it has permissions which can be controlled, I would say it is a public permission. Whereas we could say Bitcoin is a public permissionless blockchain. So are you getting the difference in what I'm trying to say?
Yes, got it, sir. Got it.
Yeah. So from a permission perspective, blockchains can be of two types: permission and non-permission. And blockchains can be of three types, which is public, private, and hybrid. So those are two very distinct things to look at. A private blockchain wouldn't allow anyone to see. Public blockchain would allow everyone, and hybrid would kind of have a mix. So that's usually in a consortium kind of a scenario where you use different frameworks.
Right. And we have one more question. Someone has asked, like, what about some monitoring tools, some smart contract monitoring tools, kind of giving us alerts, like in case of attacks that happen. So, what are your views on that?
You are an expert in smart contract auditing, so I think you should answer that question.
Right, right. So I will definitely be reaching out to that guy and explaining all the smart contract stuff and all. And yes, another question is like, I realize that comes with the centralization issues, but regardless of the centralization infrastructure, is it possible? I guess he's referring to the same monitoring tools. I guess for the nodes as well. Can we
See,
have some
one
monitoring tools?
sure. One thing we've got to remember is blockchains are not centralized, decentralized like we think. Do you know that Bitcoin, more than 51% of the mining power or hash rate is actually controlled by three pools? So I've
True.
written
Yes, sir.
an article which is
Right.
available online, and I've shown with statistics. Bitcoin highly centralized, Ethereum highly centralized, Binance highly centralized. So it's actually a misconception where we think that all these blockchains are very decentralized. That is not the case at all. Having answered that, yes, you can do a lot of node monitoring because you can set your own node. And then on your node, you can have a lot of monitoring tools which are running, and that doesn't go against the concept of centralization or decentralization. Definitely, analytics can be done very easily. And in
Mhm.
fact, a lot of the explorers, they are doing a lot of analysis for you. Hope that answers your question.
Right. Yes. That answers the question.
Sure.
And yes, all good.
Okay. Then there is Avalanche, one of my favorite blockchains. What I like about it is anybody can create public blockchains, private blockchains on top of Avalanche. You will use their consensus mechanism. You will use their native token, but you can run your own blockchains. Another great thing about it is the speeds are phenomenal. So transactional throughput, if you look at, if I recall, it's about 4,500 TPS, if I'm not mistaken. And Bitcoin 7, Ethereum is 14, Polkadot is I think 1500. Avalanche gives you 4,500. More important figure than transactional throughput is the transactional finality. Most people don't realize the difference in the two. When we are calculating TPS, what do? We take the number of transactions that can go into a block divided by the block time and we get TPS. But that is not the important thing. Transactional finality is important. In Bitcoin, 60 minutes is transactional finality. Once my transaction goes through, I don't trust it till 60 minutes. Anyone knows why? Anybody? Why do we wait for 60 minutes in Bitcoin? No one has an answer?
No answers from the
Okay.
audience.
So, we say that every 10 minutes a block is formed in Bitcoin. Approx 10. Sometimes blocks can take a minute, sometimes 20 minutes. Now, what happens is it possible at the same time different miners have properly mined blocks? Yes. So, suddenly you realize the blockchain is split into 3, 4. And another block gets mined, and again, there are still 4 different blockchains running. After 6, the network automatically looks and sees how many blockchains have formed, deletes all, and leaves the longest to run. And that is why there are chances. Of course, I've oversimplified this explanation, but there's a video I've made on blockchain basics on YouTube. You can check that out. That explains how it actually happens. So there are chances that your transaction went through in the beginning, but 60 minutes later it was cancelled. And that is why we wait for 60 minutes before we trust a Bitcoin transaction. In Ethereum, we wait for 6 odd minutes. In AVAX, Avalanche, in just seconds, we can trust the transaction that it will not go back. So that is the importance of transactional finality. And in that respect, I would say Avalanche is the number one. Any questions?
Yes, Shashank has asked, so if we make a new blockchain using Avalanche protocol, will it be considered as layer one or layer 2?
It would still be considered as layer one. Excellent
Mhm.
question. It's still layer one.
Okay, got it.
Then we have Binance. So Binance started as a crypto exchange and the token, and then they set up their own blockchain. The original blockchain, which was called Binance Chain, now of course they've just rebranded. Binance Chain was optimized for decentralized trading, but it did not have smart contract capability. So then they came out with a new one, which is called Binance Smart Chain. So BSC, that is what all of us use. But now they have done a rebranding last few weeks, so they've changed the names. But basically, there are 2 blockchains, and now they're coming with a third blockchain. Now, these are independent blockchains. They have different consensus mechanisms, but the native token across all is the same, which is the Binance coin or the BNB. Personally, it is my favorite as of right now. It's very cheap, very fast, easy to use. and fits natively into the MetaMask wallet, so it makes it much easier for you to do stuff. Any questions?
Not yet.
Okay. Then Cardano is another interesting one, but to be very honest, while it has an interesting algorithm, it is the only academically peer-to-peer reviewed blockchain. I am not seeing much uptick in terms of projects being built on it, so I'm kind of not very bullish on Cardano anymore. Then we have Cello. The great thing about it is it's the first and only mobile-centric uh, blockchain. So it is trying to say that your mobile number can actually become like your blockchain address. And I would recommend, if the blockchain developers out here who have not tried it, try out Cello. It's a very interesting one, and I think in the long run it is going to do well because it's the only mobile centric kind of a blockchain. Any questions?
Nope. All
Okay.
good.
Then, of course, we have Ethereum, no doubt, the big daddy. Just remember, Ethereum is the protocol, mainnet is the actual public facing blockchain. You can fork it and make your own blockchain out of it. It's got a very, very vibrant ecosystem. When it comes to decentralized finance, Ethereum is the big boss. Even though it has a high transaction fee, what you must remember is Ethereum is for DeFi applications. It's got about $180 billion of TVL, total value locked. And the number two, which I think is Terra, is just about 18 billion. So there is this huge difference between the two. Ethereum is number one. And for big high value transactions, gas fee doesn't matter. So depending upon the application you're making, if the transactions are going to be low value, then don't use Ethereum. The gas fee is too high. Then you could consider using Binance, Avalanche, or even Terra. Any questions? All clear?
Nope. All good.
Okay. Then we have Phantom, another very good one, pretty popular in DeFi. Flow, I don't really see any unique differentiator. So I don't really think it'll do too well in the long run. I mean, there's nothing special in it. Polkadot, very interesting. It's not a blockchain, it's a network of blockchains, kind of similar to AVAX, but there is a difference here. You cannot go and create your own. The project creates parachains, parallel chains, and they auction it out. And the first round of auctions took place recently for millions and millions of dollars, and now they are slowly rolling out. So I think it's a little too expensive to get your own there. So you'd much rather use an AVAX rather than trying to use a Polkadot. Polygon, as we all know, started out as a scaling solution for Ethereum. That Ethereum is fast and costly. Polygon solves that problem. But Polygon is also its own blockchain. So I would recommend you could have a look at it. It's not just a scaling solution for Ethereum, it's an independent blockchain in itself. Very cheap, very fast. So you could highly consider using it. It underwent a name change early last year. So earlier it was called Matic, now it's called Polygon, but the token is still called Matic. Any questions?
Yes, we have some questions. So someone has asked, are denial of service attacks a concern for all blockchain implementations?
Very good question. So yes, so in fact, when we look at proof of work, and I would strongly recommend you have look at my video on blockchain basics. I've talked about this. The concept of proof of work was not developed for blockchain. It was not developed in Bitcoin. It was actually developed for preventing distributed denial of service attacks and preventing email spam. Proof of work was made for that. And then the Bitcoin creators integrated proof of work inside to prevent this. So blockchains are vulnerable to this. Now, different blockchains handle DOS attacks in different ways. So a proof of stake blockchain would say that to make transactions, you have to pay money. To validate, you have to block up tokens. So economically, they are stopping that. Now, Solana, which I'm going to talk about next, has been the victim of multiple DOS attacks. And in fact, there was a time some time ago when the entire blockchain went down for 16 hours. And that created a very big doubt. How can an entire blockchain go down? Blockchain has many nodes. You can launch a denial of service attack on one node, two nodes, 10 nodes. How did they do it on the entire blockchain? Which means it's highly centralized. If a blockchain is highly decentralized, a denial of service attack would not succeed. I hope that's clear.
Yes, that is clear. And just adding a point onto that, like I remember it happened onto the Ethereum as well, where the core team decided to reprice certain opcores because a team of attackers, like what they did, they created spam transactions onto the network in order to slow it down. So that's when they decided to actually reprice certain opcores to make it much more expensive to do these kinds of attacks.
Excellent.
And yes, there's one more question. Prathamesh has asked, like, in Shallow, like if they're exposing mobile number as an address, so isn't it a privacy concern for that user?
No, 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 don't worry. It is not actually exposing the number. But see, another thing you got to remember, Cello's vision is different. The vision is to make it blockchain based. So only if you send someone your number, they're going to send cryptos to you. It just kind of makes it easier for you to use your cell phone. You don't have to remember new addresses. So I think it's a good thing. If people have a privacy issue, then obviously they wouldn't use it. But I think it's a good thing if you can just give your mobile number instead of having to give addresses, because if you end up giving the wrong address, or even if there's a copy pasting error, your crypto is gone. So I think it's much better to just give your phone number instead of an address.
Got it. Got it. Another question is some Shank is asking about how gas fees are such low on Polygon network.
Well, so actually, if you look at the thing, technologically it's a little different how Polygon is made. So that also makes things cheaper because even Solana is so much cheaper. So that is one point of view. And secondly, all blockchains do not have that level of transactions also, the kind of transaction volume that they are handling. And then the TPSs are different. So automatically, if a blockchain has a high TPS, it can do more transactions in a block. So the transaction fee can be spread over a larger number of transactions, making it cheaper. But another thing I'd like to point out, recently Polygon also faced a big problem where suddenly their gas price spiked because of a new game which was released. Do you remember the name of that game? I cannot remember it. I think it was a
Uh,
farm related game. Recently, a new game was built, and that game produced so much load on the blockchain that the Polygon gas fee also spiked. So that problem is there even in Polygon. Yeah. Any other questions? Maybe in the meanwhile, if one of you could just Google it and tell us the name of that game. It happened just a few months back.
yeah, actually, I'm doing that.
Awesome,
Yes.
awesome.
All
Any
right.
other questions?
Okay, so Prathamesh is following up with this question regarding the mobile numbers as an address. So he's asking, instead of mobile numbers, can't we use some ENS service to
Yeah,
point
you
out
can.
to an address?
Yeah, you can, but then ENS service means now there's a separate fee that comes into the picture, another third party service being brought in. So, of course, you can do it, there's no doubt about it, but I don't know. I think it kind of defeats the whole purpose. I think it makes sense to either use a typical address system in which you can generate unlimited, or then a mobile kind of thing, which kind of reminds me of the UPI approach. But you're right, I mean, you could use ENS also. Any other questions?
Okay, so I guess the name is Sunflower Farmers.
Ah, I told you it was something to do with farm. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
right,
So,
yes.
how many X did it increase the Polygon fee? Is that also mentioned? It was a
Uh,
huge thing, I think.
yes, it is stating like by 16 times.
So imagine
Mhm.
16x the fee shot
Mhm.
up. Now the
Right.
problem in that approach is this can happen anytime, and your application may suddenly end up charging users so much fee and nobody realize what's happened. Which is why you've got to kind of take a very different approach to developing. So you always have to have multiple blockchains that can be used in your project, which is why API approach is better than building on one blockchain. Because if you build only on one blockchain and something happens like this, you cannot shift. But if you are using an independent API based service, you could actually instantly shift to another blockchain without breaking your code. Of course, there are problems in that approach also, but that's a good approach. I mean, it needs a deeper discussion to for me to explain that.
Right. And just a follow up on the like mobile numbers and all in a service. So it's like someone asking, like someone has pointed out, mobile numbers mapping means being dependent on mobile network operators, carriers. So that sounds more centralized and unreliable.
I think you know what we should do a separate session on cello.
Right. Yes.
Since a lot of you have found cello very interesting, I will make a separate video for this. And share it
That's
with
awesome.
you.
That's
Sure.
great.
Yeah. Then there is, of course, Stacks. What it is trying to do is bring DeFi to Bitcoin. So now Bitcoin is the big daddy, most secure network, but it does not have a lot of DeFi capabilities. So kind of what Stacks is trying to do is bring a decentralized finance or a DeFi layer to Bitcoin. So I think it's an awesome project. Lightning Network is also kind of trying to do similar things. So in countries like El Salvador, where you can buy a McDonald's burger using Bitcoin, you obviously cannot push this transaction to the blockchain. Too costly, too slow. That is where Lightning Network and things like STX are coming in and solving it. And if they do well, I think Bitcoin could become one of the most popular DeFi platforms also. Stellar is the one of the oldest ones. It is from the Ripple team. At one time, it was phenomenal. I was a big fan of it, but now it's kind of redundant. I mean, what Stellar does is being done by so many other blockchains. So Stellar is kind of becoming not so popular, but it's a lovely platform. I haven't found any problems in it. The code runs very, very smoothly. They have their own decentralized exchange which they have built. It's a brilliant platform. Then there is Terra, whose native is Luna, and as of today, I think it is the number 2 in the world in terms of total value locked (TVL). After Ethereum, Terra comes second. Phenomenal platform. Tezos, again, it's got nothing unique. It's just another decentralized platform out there, and same would be the case for Waves. I don't really use them anymore. I haven't found anything very unique and special. So if you guys are just starting your blockchain journey, naturally you must use Ethereum and learn it. Polygon, very important. Terra, very important. Avalanche, very important. Binance. So I would say this L is the one that you could start with. And then, of course, depending upon use cases, I need to know these 16 so that whatever use case my clients come with, I am able to advise them on which is the one which is correct. Hope that makes it clear. I will stop my. Has it stopped sharing?
Yes, it has
Awesome.
stopped sharing now.
Awesome. So my time is almost up, but I have 2 minutes. So if you guys have any questions, I can take them now.
I'm not from the audience, but yes, like, which one is your favorite blockchain? Like, besides hi-fi?
So, like I said, it depends on the use case. But if I
Mhm.
was to choose, I would say
Right.
Binance Smart Chain.
Okay, got it. So, and talking about just in general, we have seen a lot of things happen onto the Solana ecosystem, uh, like a lot of drama that has happened. So, what would be your suggestions, for the guys that are actually interested into learning Rust and all, building protocols on Solana and things like that?
Tough question to answer. I mean, like I used to be a big fan of Solana, but I
Right.
feel there are too many problems that have happened in the last few months.
Mhm.
And especially the 16-hour entire network being down, that
Right.
for me was I mean, that was the end. I stopped using Solana after that.
Right.
So I'm
Um,
not bullish on it at all.
okay. And one question from Shubham is like, when creating on AVAX, why it can't be called layer 2?
Sure, it can be, but see, you know what? This definition of layer one, layer two is more for Ethereum, where Ethereum is the layer one, and on top of that, you are using Polygon services as a layer two to. So there are ZK rollups, and there are three kinds of solutions where, say, you are bundling transactions here and then pegging them here or pushing it once in a while. That's a typical layer one being the blockchain and layer two being the scaling solution. In Avalanche, you're not doing that. You are creating an entirely new blockchain. So actually, layer one, layer two doesn't even fit into that. That vocabulary, I think, should be limited only to scaling solutions. In Avalanche, what you're doing is there is a relay chain. Relay chain takes care of the consensus and runs the native token, and then there are multiple blockchains running on it. So it is not a parallel layer 2, it is actually pegged to the relay chain. So I would say I wouldn't use that terminology.
Got it. Got it.
Yeah. For me, layer 2 means scaling, whereas in Avalanche you're creating your own blockchain. You're not scaling another blockchain.
All right.
Similar would be what Polkadot also does.
Yes,
Parallel
yes,
blockchain.
yes. Polkadot does the same, and I guess yeah, that is what the roadmap of ETH2 as well.
Yeah.
Regarding sharding and all,
Yeah.
yes. So another question, like from my side, is Polygon right now is working on CKP's implementation and all. They are very much looking forward to it. So what is your perspective? Like how it's gonna change Polygon, or like what new features we'll be going to see or interact with? Like what is your perspective in general?
So I would say in the long run, scaling is not the good model, but
Hmm.
Polygon has its own blockchain. So I think they should focus on making that more popular. And in the
Hmm.
long run, scaling should not even exist. I mean,
Hmm.
logically, the blockchain itself should be scalable, right?
Hmm.
So with
Right.
ETH2 coming in and with Ethereum progressing, I would
Hmm.
think in the long run, each blockchain would be scalable, otherwise, it would not last anymore.
Hmm.
And Polygon should focus more on its independent blockchain.
Got it. And like coming back, like taking one question from the hi-fi's perspective as well. Just did a couple, like just did a little bit research. I found out like hi-fi has different components. Like one component is purely based for NFTs, one for coins. So like how does that work in hi-fi?
So hi-fi is a network of blockchains. So I have been inspired by Algorand, Polkadot. I've taken some features. So from Algorand, we've taken a lot of the permission features. From Polkadot, we've taken the concept of a network of blockchain. Because what I believe is, if you try to do everything on one blockchain, you're putting too much load. Like in hi-fi, our ultimate core use case is wrapping physical assets and bringing them onto the blockchain. For that, we are talking about real estate, private equity, commodities like gold, silver, oil. The world is full of assets. Now, when we started to build the wrapped asset project last year in Jan, that's when the Ethereum prices shot up. And we realized, boss, we cannot build on Ethereum anymore. It's illogical. So we realized no matter which blockchain we take in future, the same problem would come, which is why we said, let's make our own blockchain where there is zero transaction fee. So hi-fi does not even have a native token. It has a
Hmm.
liquidity layer, but it has no native token, so there can never be gas fee. Having said that, there are multiple use cases. We need all legal agreements to be digitally signed, but we didn't want to load our core blockchain. So there is one blockchain only for digital signing.
Hmm.
Create addresses, integrate your applications into it, and generate digital signatures. There
Hmm.
is another application which handles only NFTs, or another blockchain,
Hmm.
sorry, another blockchain which handles as wrapped assets. So we are going to have multiple blockchains, all of which share the same liquidity token.
Hmm.
Like in Polkadot's case, all their network of blockchains uses the same relay chain and the same token. In our case, we do not have a relay chain concept, but all use the same liquidity token.
Hmm. Got it. Got it. Yes. And I will be sharing with the development doc of hi-fi as well, like for guys interested in building
Sure.
projects on hi-fi. Yeah, with that, I guess that was a really awesome session. We covered like I guess almost every chain that is popular right now, and covered their perspective. And thanks to you, sir, for coming back and joining us in Unchained 2022. Like it's been an honor for us. And yes, we are looking forward to more such events and having you back with us in our next event or so. So, yep, with that, I would like to say thank you from our side and looking forward to see you soon.
Bye bye.
Yeah,
My
bye
pleasure.
bye.
Bye.
Have a nice day, sir. Bye bye.
Thank you. Have a nice weekend.
Yes, so we have one question from Shashank. So without gas, how does it constrain user resources on blockchain? So, Shashank, I will be writing down your questions and I will send them to the speaker. And all of these like remaining questions, the answers will be provided. And yes, will be shared with you. So hope it's fine. And I'm just writing it down, your question. And Arnim, I guess we have a next speaker in line, right?
Yeah. We-
Let me share my video stream. Like,
yeah.
my camera is kind of bad, but I hope yeah, it's fine. All right. So we have Mohammed with us.
Yeah.
Uh, so, so hi, Mohammed. How are you? Can you hear us? I guess the speaker. Just check your mic.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, hi. Thanks a lot, guys, for inviting me for this talk. I was looking forward to it, and
Mhm.
it's awesome. Before you get started, I just want to do some housekeeping. So, is my sound fine?
Yeah.
Yes, it's perfectly fine.
Because I was my camera is not functional, so you will see I won't
Mhm.
be putting using that.
Mhm.
Also, in the settings, I was looking at I put the high resolution audio also
Mhm.
on. So I was wondering if it's not like jerking or stuttering or anything like that, right?
No, it's completely fine, like crystal clear.
Okay,
Right, better than
fantastic.
my voice actually.
I'm just I'm just using a high gain condenser mic, so you might hear
Yeah.
some sound in the
Mhm.
background. Okay, I'm going to share my screen with
Yeah.
the press. So I'm just doing that now, and let me know when you can see it. I know there's some issue with the okay, where is it? Moment. Okay, so I click on the share button, window here, share. So first tell me if you can see the screen.
Yes, now we can see it.
Okay, so great.
Perfect.
So you're the maestro here, so let me know when I can get started.
Yeah, perfect. So Arnim, I guess we can just keep ourselves backstage and let the stage for Muhammad. So over to you and keep rocking.
All right, thanks a lot. Also, so I want to start by saying thanks to your team for giving me the opportunity to speak, and to the viewers who are here, to the listeners, on this Saturday, which is a day for the loved ones. So I thank you for sitting for this talk. So I'm basically going to be talking about setting up a smart contract testing environment in the cloud, and I'll focus on one particular tool. So you might be thinking in your mind, okay, why am I doing it this way? Why don't I just talk about Slither? So the way I approach this is the problems which I faced, right? So my system is an old i5 HP running on 8 gigabytes of RAM and has an NVIDIA which is like one gigabyte, right? And I use it for my own development stuff and this and that, and it's problematic. So I was always on the lookout for a some sort of a cloud kind of a development environment. And in my study and research of it, I came across Gitpod, which I'll be talking about. Okay, so let me just take a step back. So a quick first of all, this is what we're going to be going over. As you can see, there's a lot of stuff. It just looks like a lot because this collateral will be shared. So I wanted to like pack it with information. Basically, in a nutshell, we'll talk about Slither in general. Just one moment, my mic is sort of not. Right. Okay. So we'll talk specifically about Gitpod pros and cons, and then we'll talk about Slither. Okay, so moving forward, so just a quick brief overview about myself. So my name is Muhammad X, or call me Muhammad. My background is basically I'm an R&D guy. I used to work for the American government once upon a time pre-pandemic. Post that, some things changed, as the pandemic was a life-altering event for everybody, and I sort of got into the Web3 area. So while exploring the Web3 area, I got interested in it, and then I hopefully wanted to do some, make my own thing. So you see, this is why I put myself down as the founder of the startup. I have two startups which I'm sort of trying to look at. One is called Blockfinny, other one's called Block.games. I'm also a gamer, Call of Duty and Valorant and more Mortal Kombat. I'm from that background, so I wanted to do something in that area. Also, information security in general is like I won't say passion. I just view the whole thing as a game. It's something I used to do. I used to do some web to bug hunting, specifically in the famous bug bounty hunting platforms such as hack the box sorry, not hack the box, like Hacker One and Bug Crowd. Of course, I've not got any P5s yet. I got some P1s and P2s, yay. And so taking that momentum of my interest in security from the Web 2 side. I got interested in Web 3, and then I slowly started investigating the Web 3 security aspect. When you read about these hacks, it's really jaw dropping, right? I mean, if it was me losing that kind of money, I would be financially ruined. So basically, those were sort of the motivators for me to sort of get into this area, and I sort of stumbled upon this community called Immunify, and these guys are really great. I mean, there's some good people there. Adrian Hetman was here, and there's a bunch of others also, and I met Not Hacktivist, and then who introduced me to RazzorSec. So I mean, it's a quite a vibrant community with people who want to really help each other. Also, to the moderator, if I'm speaking too fast, just say, "Yo, man, just slow down." All right. Uh, okay. Moving forward. So, what the way I've designed this is that there's going to be just a quick bunch of slides, and then I also have a workbook. Okay, I just changed my screen. Can you see the screen change? Hello.
Oh yeah, your screen is clearly visible.
Okay, so the screen has changed, right, to this Unchained thing, which is there on which is this Hack MD workbook, right?
Right.
Yes, yes, we can see it.
Okay, so I'll be shifting back and forth. So I've come back. So okay, so let's dive right into it. So we'll be talking about Gitpod. Gitpod is basically a cloud development environment, and then we're going to talk about Slither, which is a Solidity static analyzer. So static analyzer meaning that it analyzes code which is already deployed or sitting on your machine, and it's not changing. It's not dynamic in nature. This is why it's called a static analyzer, right? So let's now talk about why would somebody want to even bother with a cloud development environment. So as I pointed out in the beginning, was that if people might have certain constraints, with their computing process and the CPU power constraints, then you'll always keep complaining, and the cloud development environment always it seems like a better option. Now in the cloud development environment space, you have famous ones, which is AWS Cloud 9. But as you know, AWS tends to become a little bit pricey, so I've used it for doing some amount of development work. I'm not a coder as a background. I'm more of an experimenter. I like to experiment with stuff, look at code and see how it functions and see how I can find a weakness in it. And then you also have REPL.IT. REPL.IT, as you know, is another famous cloud development environment, but that's not used so much in production, and it's mostly for testing. So in my search, I came across Gitpod. So Gitpod, as you can see, it has a free tier which is really good, and I'll be showing an actual demo of all of this stuff, so you guys can hang on. So the most important reason why would anybody want to use is this particular reason. Now if you're a Python developer, for example, you have to keep setting up a Python virtual environment. You might forget, you might not forget. Every package is different, and you have to keep doing this for every new project you work on. Then you have the npm also, it tends to have conflict errors, right? You have to keep changing them. So I mean, having a cloud environment fixes all of this. Of course there's a security component to this also. uh, you know so far Gitpod has not have had any major data leaks of especially their authorization tokens, because the way it works is that it's sort of you open your Gitpod repository or a GitLab repository in it, and the way it functions is that it does its authentication by the GitHub auth token function. So far nothing has been wrong with it, and it's actually being used in production. So I will show that. The other important thing is that these are some cons. Of course, there's no solution which is perfect. You can see you can't install some stuff, and there's an idle timeout, especially if you're on the free tier. You have to restart whenever you restart the instance. You have to keep installing the packages, but that is also fixed by this thing called pre-builds, which I will get into it a little bit later. If you have any questions, just put it into the chat, and I'll attend to them by the end of the talk. I'm timing myself, so I'll make sure I keep some time for that. Okay, so when you start installing Slither, Slither requires a bunch of dependencies. You can see over here. Let me just maximize this image a little bit. So these are the dependencies. Hopefully you can see my screen with the image. So you need the Solidity compiler, and then you need this old C selector. So the way how Slither works is that when you do the analysis of your Solidity file, often they tend to have different versions, of the compiler, which is called the Pragma compiler declaration. So you use Solc to actually change between them. So you need Solidity, the Solc compiler. You need the Solc select. Of course, you need hard hat, because Slither works by using hard hat's libraries also. And hard hat is a Solidity development environment. What I also do is I also installed Truffle, because Truffle is also similar to Hard Hat. For some reason, when you have unexplained errors, instead of diving through going through all of the JavaScript configuration files, this often solves the problem. I know that sounds funny, but this is my experience. And then finally, you install Slither. Slither can be installed in one of two ways. You have the Docker image, which you can pull from their official repo source, but when you pull it down, the problem is that it's not the latest one, right? So then you will have to go through the trouble of manually upgrading all of the packages within it. And then if you want that state, you'll have to sort of recompose your own Docker file. So but the benefit of that is you don't have to go through this whole installation. And this is the great thing about Docker files. Like it's like a complete contained unit of everything you need. You just start it and plug and play, right? And then of course, Slither is an official pip Python package. You use the pip3 command to actually run the install. So that's the workflow. And then okay, so the YAML, what is this YAML thing? So as I mentioned, Gitpod, since it is a cloud development environment, the way it works is that you open up an instance. When you open up the instance, and then you start installing stuff in it, right? For example, if I want to run, just one moment. If you want to install Slither, you'll have to do all the things that I asked. But the benefit is that they have this thing called a pre-build and a startup sort of functionality via a YAML file. What that means is that you put all that stuff in it there, all the declarations. Every time you restart your instance, it gets downloaded and installed, and a whole bunch of tasks which you can automate to just get started right away. Okay, so then before we that, so now the whole purpose of this conversation about Gitpod and Slither, like why are we bothering with this stuff, right? Is because we want to use it for security. This is of course, prior to me, there have been some excellent talks regarding this topic, and post my talk also, there's going to be a lot of people talking about it. But this is just sort of a snapshot of the whole security threats, the security threats in the DeFi space, right? So this diagram is taken from a paper. Once you get my this particular deck, you will see at the end, I put all the references down, so you don't have to worry about that. So this is basically what the landscape looks like. So all blockchains have these components. You have the DeFi protocol, which can be attacked, the smart contracts, the EVM, and the internet. Now these can be interchanged for the chain which you're working for. So the threat stack is, these are the types of the attacks. You have protocol attacks, you have market attacks, and you can see a bunch of these things, right? And of course, then you have the attack techniques. We all know about the flash loan, which happens all the time. Signature exploit was, they could have been done some. I'm not sure. I've not read a lot of these postmortems. I'm sort of catching up. I'm sort of new in this area. And then of course you have these bunch of other integer overflow and underflow. Just recently there was one token which got exploited because of this particular exploit, right? And reentrancy, you must have heard about this so many times, right? Apparently it's a very common kind of a vulnerability. Even though it's talked about so much, it still exists. So then the question comes in your mind, okay, man, if everybody knows this stuff, why are why are similar hacks happening over and over again? Well, the answer is quite simple, because a vast majority of the projects are just forks of existing projects. So, RazzorSec, for example, comes up with their Razor token. Most probably it'll be an ERC20 token, and they most probably could have forked it from somebody else, and as a base, of course, and then built on top of it. But what happens is a lot of these projects, and then somebody, a third party like myself, would then fork RazzorSec's token and then try to build my own stuff on it. Now the problem is that in the pursuit of gaining finance, gaining funds, as you know, because the Web3 is is a very hot space, and when you say Web3 to a or blockchain to any investor, he starts literally salivating, right? So they just want to grab it quickly, so they just fork these chains. They don't do any code auditing, because who wants to spend money on that? In the end, it's about just getting our token out, getting the TVL in, and then we'll figure all this stuff out, right? So that's just my opinion on that particular matter. Okay, and then this is just a quick, these are the top 10 attacks, taken from where, again, I've referenced, this is from Consensus. They have this good repository called Consensus, top 10 vulnerability attacks. The links are all there in my deck. And out of them, these are the most common ones. So you have the reentrancy. I put the three exclamation marks to indicate that this happens all the time. You can see it's because of an external contract takes over the control flow. You have front running, which is faster transactions by monitoring the mempool for profitable transactions. An interesting note about front running, which you must have heard, in the NFT space, front running is a big deal. So, and a lot of the, for example, whenever they have a new NFT drop, if you hear some guy suddenly has bought all of the NFTs, in a matter of seconds, how did this happen, right? They use these things called MEV bots, right? Flash bots, they're called. So these flash bots are these automated bots that actually run transactions. But how do they work? Like, how do they actually work? So in the Ethereum chain, very quickly, whenever a transaction is being done, the transaction waits in this area before it gets validated by a block. So that is called the mempool. Somebody is looking at the mempool and knows what transaction is going to go through it. So then they use a bot to actually intercept that, and then you see it's called front running because they intercept it, and their transaction gets validated quickly, because they will give a higher mining fee to the validator. So this falls under the area of MEV. I do recommend that you guys have a look at it to understand what that is. And then you have timestamp dependence, which is manipulation of the byte. This is what the miner will do. You have the integer overflow and underflow, which is risky of manipulator. You have DOS, denial of service attacks, which is also mentioned by in our previous talk. Denial of service attacks can happen on anything. It doesn't matter if it's the blockchain, if it's any system. Fundamentally, it's just overloading the server, overloading the RPCs with excessive amount of requests, blocking everybody else, right? So that's what fundamentally it is. And then there's insufficient gas griefing. I haven't come across any particular postmortem that actually references this. And forcibly sending ETH2 contract, this does exist. I don't fully understand what that is, and I haven't read any, but these are also being included. These SWC thing, which I've referenced here, this is the smart contract of weakness classification registry. Works a lot like the CVE. If you're from the Web2 bug bounting space, where the common vulnerability database. So SWC is like that for the blockchains. The only caveat here is that SWC was maintained by Consensus, but that the team or whoever was sort of responsible for it has sort of left, and it's no longer being maintained. But that's something to look at. Then very quickly about smart contract hacking 101. I have taken this from this particular Twitter user OBHEDA12, and this was also corroborated by a few other known auditors that this is basically a framework. As you can see, you have the threat modeling part. You do a bunch of stuff, a lot of testing. Then there's the informational gathering, which is the reconnaissance part. In the whole steps of the traditional penetration testing, the traditional bug hunting methodology. This is just following that. It's just filling it up with Web3 stuff. So you have the information gathering, find out about what it is, and read the papers and the blogs. You do some threat modeling, which in plain English means that you look at the code and then you test for it. How do you test it? You test it via a hard hat test. You write the test, or you use another project called Foundry, for example, to write the test. So that's the threat modeling. Then you do the vulnerability identification. After you've done the threat modeling, you look at the code, you see the right calls which can be attacked. Then you actually run the exploitation, and then there's the post exploitation review. Now, another fundamental difference between Web 2 and Web 3 hacking, and the reason why, for example, the question is excuse me, And the question is, like, the number of people in the web3 hacking space, or penetration, I don't like this word hacking, by the way, penetration testing space, is, a lot less than web2. Is that most of the bug hunters in the web2 space, are highly tool dependent, right? You use burp suite, you use asset node, you use, all of these other well-known tools that automates the whole process, and it tells you exactly what to do, and then you just sort of exploit it. But why web3 is fundamentally different is, speaking from a web2 perspective, web3 hacking is technically exploit development, or malware development. Because in the web3 space, you look at a vulnerable contract, you see those functions which are exploitable, but in order for you to exploit it, using a tool will not help. You will have to write the logic, you will have to write an exploit contract to take advantage of it, right? So that's an interesting point to just keep in mind, right? So what is Slither? Slither basically, as I say, is a static code analyzer. It's written completely in Python, which is quite amazing, and built over time. It's a highly complex package that uses a bunch of libraries. So it does automated vulnerability detection, and it gives you a whole lot of optimization, notifications. It helps you understand the code. I primarily use it for, understanding, like I said, because I'm not an expert in Solidity yet. I use this tool quite often to understand all the function calls. It gives me a good summary of what's going on, and stuff like that. Anyway, I will make a demonstration of all that stuff. Now, there are certain pros and cons, right? So the major pro is that it gives you a granular analysis of any kind of contract. There are like a whole bunch of these things called detectors. Detectors are these, Python scripts which has been written by the people who made it. I forgot to mention that, Slither was made by Trail of Bits. Trail of Bits are leaders in the security space, right? So these guys have a lot of experience in auditing all kinds of code. They've used all that knowledge and automated it, and they have made Slither, right? There's also another organization called Crytek. There's some relationship between Trail of Bits and Crytek. I'm not fully sure, so I'm not going to comment on it. So these guys have written these detectors. The detect is what detects, all the faults, in the actual code. Now, what are the cons? The major con is that, this tool is definitely not for noobs, because for the first time when you see its output, you'll be like, oh my god, what is all this stuff, right? This is for either intermediate or advanced level people who understand Solidity code and how the EVM, or the Ethereum virtual machine, works. The other thing noted by prominent auditors is that it tends to be very noisy and tends to give lots of false positives, right? So that's some of the cons to keep in mind, right? Okay, and then so this is the thing which I had mentioned earlier. So what is the general advice about using, tools in general? Now, if you're coming from the web 2 space, then you have this heavy reliance on all of these tools. And so, the one of the a lot of the advice which I've like read in multiple blogs is that, so a lot of the advice which I've read in the various blogs and through hanging out in discords is that, these tools, in addition to giving you false positives or leading you down the wrong path, is that, the actual bugs, the high value bugs, are not found with tools. Okay, it's found by manually auditing the contract. Manual auditing means like going line by line and then understanding what each function does, and understands in the contract how the values are changing, right? So that's an important point to remember. Okay, what are the targets? So we'll be looking at, two targets uh, for using this tool. The one is called the Spork DAO token. You can see on the screen. One thing to note is that, the way how Slither works is it does not interact with the chain or the contract in any way. The way it works is it fetches the contract and it compiles it locally. This is why you need hard hat, right, or truffle. So it'll compile the contract locally and run the analyzers. So this particular target, the Spork token, as you know, ETH Denver recently happened, and in ETH Denver they had this Spork DAO. I don't know what that is really, but all I know is that I received in one of my wallets Spork tokens. I have never been to ETH Denver. I don't fully know what that is. I didn't register for it, so this is definitely a scam. It is an airdrop scam in my opinion, right? So we'll be having a look at Spork DAO, which is, it's actually deployed, and we'll have a look at this other stuff, which I put it all here. And the other one which we'll be looking at is, Immunify, which is the bug bounty platform, and RazzorSec has some association with them. They put out community challenges, which is like, every fortnight, something like that. They put out a challenge. They give a bunch of wonderful contracts. They tell people to have at it, to improve yourself, right? So I'll be looking at one of their contracts also. Albeit I have actually flattened the contract so I can use it. Okay, and then, okay, so that's enough talk about me. So let's get into it, right? So I'm going to change my screen. Okay, did you see my screen change? Hello?
Yeah, your screen is visible.
Somebody. Okay, great. So
Yeah,
what is this? So now what are we going to do? Yeah, sorry, did somebody say something?
yeah, I'm saying your screen is visible. Like GitHub page is clearly visible.
Lovely.
All good, all good.
So
We are good to go.
okay, so what am I doing? So this is, a test repository. I've made this, and I'm going to demonstrate how to use Gitpod, right? So before I do that, to give you a quick overview. So Gitpod, right? So this is Gitpod. This is the actual cloud development environment. It's pretty good, as I mentioned earlier. If you look at their plans and pricing, their free tier is quite good. You get 50 hours per month. The way how Gitpod works is that it's working on Google Cloud's infrastructure. Every time you start an instance, it'll pull a Docker image. It's going to pull the Docker image, and then it's going to sort of instantiate it, and you're going to be able to use it. This particular Docker image has a bunch of packages within it. So I'm just going to bring that up. Self-hosting. This is the pre-builds. Okay, so and where did I put it? Here it is. So when you start up GitHub, what it does that it's pulling a Docker image. So it's pulling Docker image from here. So the Docker image is a pre-built image which by default starts up, and it has all of this stuff. Actually, all of these packages are installed in it by default. You see, so you can do C, Clojure, Go, Java, and all of these things. In fact, it's quite versatile, and it has a bunch of templates. All you have to do is just run it, and you can just start writing the code. If you want to build a React application, a Python application, something in Node or JavaScript, it just runs right away, right? So the other thing I wanted to speak about are pre-builds. What are pre-builds, right? Pre-builds is as I mentioned, is when you open up a project and you sort of run the workspace from it. Now when you have your own instance and you keep installing, as you're working and writing the code, you keep installing a lot of these various packages and tools and blah blah blah, this and that, right? Now if you want to open a new instance up, you'll have to redo it. But you don't have to redo it, because you can actually automate it by using the YAML file. As I mentioned, you can see the command structure. You'll have a look at an actual one, and it'll reinstall it every time you actually started, right? So that's the other important aspect. Okay, yeah, it's also built for collaboration. Collaboration is like the at the heart of Gitpod. So what that means is, if you have a team of three people, RazzorSec two guys, they want to build out a DeFi game, for example. So both of them can be on Gitpod, and they can both be working on their own separate branches. I mean, the entire workflow which you on your machine, you can do it on the cloud. That's what I'm getting at, right? That's what I'm actually getting at. Then other, okay, pre-builds. Okay, startup tasks. So this is just the other thing, is as I said, you have the YAML, and there's a bunch of things you can do. Let's look at an actual file. Yeah, okay, so here's an actual file. So what's happening over here, right? So we declare this file right at the start. I'll show all that stuff. And then what it'll do, that every time you start the instance, also called a snapshot, it will run the Python HTTP server, and it'll open up that port. It'll be running, ready to go, and you can put in your own custom shell scripts if you need to, right? And they have these are open mode. These are like various terminals also it can open. Anyway, let me get to it. So we have, so I have, here's my repository. I've already, logged into my Gitpod. Now this is what it actually looks like. So you have workspaces, you have projects, and you have settings. So projects, so the project is where the pre-building is occurring. You click on the new project, and then you choose your stuff. And what happens is that once you do it in this way, this project gets created, and every time you push code to your repository, the pre-build will build it automatically in the background. It'll keep rebuilding it in the background so that we can open a new workspace, right? So I'll get to that. So how do we start off? So right from the beginning, you've signed up with Gitpod, and you want to take it for a drive. What do you do? So you have your test repository, and the way you actually start using it is, there are two ways. One way is that you come to the beginning of the address bar, right before the HTTPS, and you type gitpod.io slash and the hash, and you press enter. Now what's that going to do is that now Gitpod has been activated because it's linked to your Gitpod repository. And you can see, so what it has done right away is that it has pulled a Docker file with all of the packages that I mentioned, and as you can see, you're ready to go. So here we have it's familiar. It's exactly like VS Code. It's got a great terminal. You understand. Just so Right, so you can see this is at the moment running on a server somewhere. Okay, so it's in the United States, right? So anyway, so this is running on the Google Cloud infrastructure. I'll demonstrate that a little bit later. So we see over here, here we have opened up our instance. This is the actual the repository. Well, where's one moment? Let me just reopen that. Right. So we have the repository now. This particular VS Code instance of within GitHub is now linked to this. So we can just quickly set something. I just want to show how it works. So readme .md, and we're just going to write something, repo test, and I'm just going to commit it and push it to the repository test. First time we just need to push the code. Okay, so it's pushed. Now when you come back, you can see over here, it's completely functional. There it is. I have pushed it directly from here. You can see it's quite fast. Nothing is happening locally. That's one benefit. So if you had like hundreds of megabytes of files which are going, you can see the commit over here. There it is. And here's the test repository, right? So and coming back over here, as I said, it's quite familiar. It's exactly like VS Code. You have the entire gamut of the uh, marketplace extensions. You can install some of them already installed. You can search for your own. You can quickly just, so the Solidity VS Code extension, is often recommended if you want to. This is also installed by default. So you see, it's running completely like that, right? So now, when I did the procedure to start up this instance, if you look at your Gitpod now in the workspaces here, it's running. This thing over here with the first line here, this is your actual workspace. Now what happens is, for example, whenever I push something to my GitHub repository, it sort of keeps track of that via the commits. And for example, I'm running this and I lose it, so I just closed it right now. But so if I want to return back to what I'm doing, it's right over here. I just right click on this, I click on open, and it's going to just pull the, it's quite fast, as you can see, because I've not installed anything over here. And it just pulled that Docker repository, and we are back to where we are at, and we can continue our work. Now the other thing is that its benefit is that you can open multiple instances. If you can see, now if you say what's the big deal, is then you can work on 2 or 3 branches at the same time. of course, that's not a recommended way of doing, but for example, if you're debugging some code, something that's already deployed, you can use this in production. You can open up multiple branches. You understand, you can push all of the code to it, and of course, you will do a PR request. You will go through the PR, you will go through all of your PR requests and merge it as you want. All right. So now I'm technically on not on the free tier, but the free tier can let you do four of these all at the same time, right? Four of these workspace instances, all of it at the same time, right? So you can see I have two of them running at the moment, right? So this is basically, Gitpod in a nutshell, the actual part of interest to you. As I said, this is the, once I make the when I click on a new project, I set up a new project. You can see why this exists is because now when I start to actually demonstrate Slither requires me to install a lot of stuff in the background, as I mentioned earlier. And so, I don't have to keep doing that again and again. I'll just right click here, click on a new workspace, and you'll see it will actually work. Let me get back to my workbook to keep a track of what right. So you can see over here that the way you start it up is like this. There is a bunch of awesome tutorials on the official Gitpod YouTube. I highly recommend that you check it out. So we went through all of this. So we'll get to the actual Slither part. I'm going to close this instance. I'm going to close this instance. Okay, here we have it running. So all I did was in my workspace, I have it prepared. You can see here Unchained 2022. I've prepared this for this particular conference talk. And I just right click on it and right click on this and click on open. And then it's right over here ready for me to use. So here we have the actual, now it's installed. I have Slither running over here. So let's dive right into it about Slither in general and its quick functionality. So first let's see about all the stuff that Slither can do. So of course, we can have a look at the repo, but this is more hands-on, so you get to see what's happening. You can see it can do a lot of things over here. Its syntax is very simple. All you have to do is, you write the command, you write the target, and you put the flags. The target can be as a local soul file, which I'll show you in a moment. It can be an entire directory that is your npx hard hat project which you're working on multiple contracts. You just run Slither, you give the project the directory, and it'll work. Another good thing is that it fetches contracts directly from the from the network it is deployed to, right? It works with a bunch of networks. You can see the mainnet, Robson, Cohen, Ringb, all of them, majority, even BSC, it works. And also, on the L2 solutions are, RB, and I think there's Optimism is there. No, Optimism is not there. So it works with RB. RB is Arbitrum, which is the Ethereum L2 scaling solution, right? And then there's a bunch of interesting flags. What is of interest is, you can suppress the compilation via truffle. You understand, as I said, you can, the way it functions, that it fetches the contract, it compiles it locally, and then runs the analysis, right? You can suppress that. You can do a bunch of stuff over here. There's some ether scan options. If you only want to look at the source code, if you only want to look at the bytecode is, when you have a solidity file, it goes to the compiler, it gets into bytecode, and then it gets, deployed onto the chain, right? So, and here if you have a key for the specific network, you can use that and call it. And okay, so the detectors is, what is of interest. It lets you sort of, you can choose what you want to actually find in your code. So I'm going to run the default that does all of this. You can see it looks for delegate calls. You can look only for the compiler issues, if there's any functional problems, if there are delegate call loops, a bunch of other stuff like reentrancy stuff. So you can see all of this can be done. We can also list it. I will also run that and show you. And what others? Printers. So the printers are an important aspect for using this particular tool. So what are the printers? The printers puts up the analysis in such a way that it will be digestible to you, right? Instead of just lines and lines of complicated stuff which I'm going to show you, it actually will do that. And it also has this another interesting thing called the triage mode. I haven't worked with what this is, but it spits out a JSON file with all of its I imagine it somehow works, it sort of works into the triaging pipeline, right? Adrian Hedman would know more about this than me. Okay, so let's get into it. So first I am going to let's go to my presentation. um, what I'm doing is I'm looking for the our target. So let me look at the, where is it, dependencies, targets, right? Okay, so the spark token. So what we're going to do is we're going to first have a look at what it looks like deployed on the Polygon chain. So here we have the spark token. This is the spark token. This is Polygon scan, and you can see the bunch of transactions which are happening, all zero transactions. These might be automated, I don't know. You can see that it's not very popular at the moment. As I said, this is very peculiar. It just sort of showed up in people's wallets all of a sudden, right? So and then, like I said, it sort of raises my eyebrow. So okay, so here we have the actual contract. So let's copy the contract. We'll get back to here. If everything is properly installed, we will run the analysis. Oh, sorry, one moment. That one is not the actual tokens. Contract. Okay, so the main contract is actually on the Ethereum chain, right? So the main contract is on the Ethereum chain. Oh, this is my mistake. It's also on the Polygon chain, but the main contract is on the Ethereum chain. So in the Ethereum chain, you can see that this tick mark means that it's a valid contract, right? And if you have a quick look, you can see the contract source. It's running on 0.8.0. There's nothing out of the ordinary over there. So we are going to run the analysis. So I just ran the analysis over here. As you can see now, it has spit out a bunch of stuff. Right? I'll run that again one more time, just for brevity. Okay, so now this is the output of Slither. Slither tells you a bunch of stuff. Like, it's quite detailed. It gives you color coded information. It gives you color coded information about its findings. So as you can see now, the yellow part of it is these are areas which you have to sort of pay attention to. I don't fully understand each one of these lines, but what I do understand is that it tells you there's an access control issue over here, and it gives you the actual line numbers of where the problem is. There's a access control, another issue with revoke role over here. There's another one over here called the setup role. So something related to access or the access control is an issue. Again, don't forget that this can be noisy. Like, the advice which I have got is, once we actually have this particular tool and we get this output, we have to actually go through them line by line and try to understand whether it's of interest or not. And the stuff in green is informational. Okay, it's telling you that there's this bunch of things. It's they saying that this particular thing has never been issued, never been used. Like, why put functions or code which is never being used? So that's interesting thing over there. It tells you about the type of compilers which this thing is working with. That is of interest. Then it also gives you some advice that this particular symbol should not be used in this particular instance, which is in this particular line 192 to 194. So it gives you, so now this information seems a little bit garbled, right? So let's look at the printers. The printers, look at one of the printers, look at the syntax for the list printers. So we're going to see the printers. The printers are the stuff which is humanly readable. So let's look at the printers which exists. Sorry, syntax error. List and printer. Right. So these are all of the stuff which is humanly readable. Of interest to us is, let's look at the contract summary. So I slither, and the syntax is hyphen hyphen print, and we type it. So it's hyphen hyphen print, and we're going to do the human summary of the code. So now it's going to fetch it. What happens is it has fetched the contract, and it has, compiled it locally because hard hat is there. And it's telling you some interesting facts here. There's some optimization issues. That's not a big deal. Anything in green and yellow is for interest, nothing which is high. You can see, so it tells us, there's a bunch of enumerable strings, enumerable set. You have like a bunch of functions. What are the ERCs which it's calling? The ERC20 info. The Git talks about a race condition. Is it a complex code or not? So let's look at some more printers of interest. Okay, we'll look at the function summary. This is also, I will just press up. So we'll look at the function summary. So the function summary, it will take any sort of a contract, and then it'll give you a summary of all the functions that have been called or used in the in that particular contract. Function summary. So yeah, so it's quite detailed. It's quite detailed. I have to make your life simpler. I have done this in advance and put it in a text file which can be more easily readable. So in the function summary, just so this is what the function summary will actually look like. So you have, it tells you it is the, which is the contract which has been used, and then if there's, these are JavaScript type of stuff, if there any inheritance involved, what are the contract variables. Tells you, all of the major functions, what is the visibility, if there are any modifiers, as it was mentioned in our first talk, that how a lack of use of the modifiers, makes it easy for anybody to call that function in an unintended way, right? So that's a very important. It gives you some more information, whether it's read or write, or whether it's an internal call, whether it's an external call. If there's some more stuff, it'll come up over here, which are the modifiers, which is visible or not. These are like summaries, and then these are, again, it does multiple how should I say, cycles of analysis, and then gives you, similar kinds of information. What are the function, visibility, stuff like that. Okay, so this is another, some more detail. You can see it's quite detailed. It's a lot to digest, to understand. But the good thing is it gives you a good overview of, from an auditing perspective, what to look at. There are functions of particular interest, right? So I'm just going through it. So that is the function summary. What else can we look at is of interest? I know there are 15 minutes left for my talk, so let's look at some more. Anything, one more of this, and then we'll look at the community challenge, so I can show you that it does indeed, detect stuff. Right. Okay. So function summary, we looked at the human summary. Let's look at the function ID. So okay, so this is, a little bit more condensed way. This will tell you that particular token or that particular contract, what are all the functions which are being called, right? And it assigns an ID to it. So when you have all of these functions, then you can quickly reference it and see, which one is of interest to you, or are aware that that particular function is often prone to vulnerabilities, and it's often overlooked, from an auditing perspective, right? So that's for the contract which has been already deployed. So let's look at the Immunify community challenge which was there. So here's the challenge. Now the actual code looks like this, which was Immunify challenge. Okay, so this is the actual vulnerable code which was written by one of the members for the analysis. It's a staking contract. I know that because of this particular declaration here. So it's a staking contract, and you can see there. Here's the address staker. So this is a staking, and this is a vulnerable piece of contract. And our exercise was to solve it. I did not solve it yet. Right, I'm still looking into it. Now, what is of interest? What I'm trying to get at is that when you download the contract, via wget function or whatever function, and try to run Slither on it locally, Slither is going to give you a bunch of errors because of it'll keep saying this is not found, that is not found, especially these open Zeppelin contracts, right? So in order for it to, there's a process called flattening. So when you download a contract for any particular analysis, you have to flatten the contract. So what that means, that it will sort of uh, add all of these external contracts, what is the code which it actually uses, is going to put it into the main contract. So a flattened contract, so you just have a look at the difference over here from this particular lines 1 to 7. When we flatten the contract, you can see now it becomes a lot bigger. And what's going on is that from each one of the open Zeppelin calls, it is calling the actual function within them, right? So now it is all locally within this contract. So it has also increased in the total number of lines. And now when it is in this flattened state, we can run Slither on it. So Slither, and I had named it challenge flat, and here's the output, and you can see that it indeed found now an error here. So here is, it says in red, is that there is a re-entrancy problem with this particular contract. Now, I don't know if that is true or false, but this is what it's saying there. And like I said, the advice I was given was that once you get this output, we have to take a look at it closely. So it's saying that there's a re-entrancy problem in these particular 683 to 689. It's telling us it's over there. Here is the call, which is the source of the problem. The token safe transfer message sender. Now, like I said, this is the part which I have to do my own understanding and auditing on, whether if this really isn't the case. So my point is that it does work. Now, in reference to this, Slither actually has been able to find you know valid bugs. So I'm now what I've done is I have gone into the critic Slither's original repository, and within them it is showing you all of the trophies means that things it has worked. So Slither was able to correctly show that there was this problem with this particular contract. More recently, so there was this thing called hold my beer, another token. There was definitely a reentrancy there. You can see it's detected here again, lack of value check again here and here. So you can see that it actually does work, right? But of course, once we get our complicated output, then we have to sort of run our own analysis, write some tests in hard hat to actually exploit it, right? Exploit this particular vulnerability. Okay, so let me get back to my this thing. Have I covered everything? Let's see. Yeah, so that's Slither's generally all of its functionality, which is of interest. Like I said, what is important to you is you can run it locally, right? And you can look at its printers. So its printers tells you a lot of interesting information. Now it also does, it shows you the CFG, which is the control flow graph of each particular function. So the way it does that, it's quite detailed, and once I'm not going to run this command right now. I've done it in the, prior to, because it spits out a bunch of dot files, so let's have a look at the report call. So these are the call graphs for one particular token. So this is in a dot format. So to see the dot format, is it's a diagram. So let me bring that up. Okay, so it's a dot diagram. We're going to use another online tool called Plant Text. Plant Text is, if you guys know about Plant UML, Plant UML is a UML diagramming software. So there's an online compiler also. So this particular code, which it has given, which is, the it's a dot file code. It helps you see diagrammatically what are all the calls that are occurring in that particular function, right? So if I run this, I'm going to run it. Diagraph name. Okay, so here it is. So here's the a diagram. So this is the control flow graph of that particular contract, of its specific function. So it's telling you diagrammatically that you have an ERC20 call, and it is possible this is the function before token. It tells you in what way it's functioning. It's telling you how all the access control stuff is working, the set role, grant role. Now, it from a diagrammatic perspective, this looks like a lot of gibberish and spaghetti, but this is the thought process behind the actual writing of that particular contract, right? So this is what the CFG actually looks like, and it's quite detailed. It's very, it's quite detailed. You can have a look. And what I would use this for is when I'm learning about the particular contract. If I don't understand how two particular functions that are being called in two separate locations, what is their relationship and how are they actually functioning with each other, right? So instead of drawing it out with my hand or imagining it, I would definitely use a CFG, right? So that's the control flow diagram. What else of interest? See, I showed that. Okay, so those are the important things about Slither. So an important thing you guys have to keep in mind about Slither in general is that this piece of advice, that it is a high noise static analyzer, that its output needs to be critically analyzed. And then once you what in my opinion, the best approach is that to use this particular tool, which by the way, they're like a whole sea of tools. Oh, and as a tangent to what I'm saying, if you can still see my screen, you can also have a look at this excellent website which I found. And what it is that it is a compilation, a curated repository of Web3 stuff, right? It's got like a bunch of tools. You can search for it, and there's 101s and videos. The reason why I'm showing you this is it's related to what I'm talking, is that there are a bunch of tools that does the same thing. In terms of an analyzer, there's a bunch of tools that does this analysis, and Slither is not the only one, is one amongst many, right? So that is that. Okay, I think I've covered most of it. That's it. That's all. That's enough talking from me. And if you guys have any more, I still got 5 minutes left. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask them, and I will definitely, answer them to the best of my technical ability. Thank you very much. I would like to hand over the mic back to the organizers. Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Yes.
Hey Mohammed, like it was a very nice session. I was actually looking forward to follow this because I also wanted to do the same, to set up Slither so that like it becomes handy for me, right? So yes, it's
Lovely.
very much needed. And yes, like I wanted to ask, according to the perspective of a user, or you can say a person just getting his head around the Slither, right? So
Yeah.
what would be your suggestion to him or her, like kind of a approach that a person should follow while taking data from Slither, right? Starting with printers or making graphs and continuing with the issues and all, like how to approach that data from a Slither.
Sure. Okay. So I will give you a quick rundown from the top to
Mm-hmm.
bottom, right? So
Mm-hmm.
first of all, you need to, find a contract. You find a contract you want to actually look at, right? So what I recommend is going through Immunify. They're not paying me to say this, all right, guys? I'm just saying that. You go to their
Yeah.
Immunify bounty program. There's tons of money to be made if you can crack one of them. So you find the contract that you want. Secondly, you can do one of two things. You can either download the contract locally to your hard drive and flatten it like I said, and then run the analysis, or you could use Slither to actually run it from the deployed chain itself. Now once you get this information, as I said, an important point is that you need to have some understanding of Solidity, at least in general, right? Maybe not so deep, but in general, so that the output that you get are excellent pointers for you to actually investigate. For example, I would run Slither, I would run the printer, I'd look at the function ID. Function ID, it'll spit out like 100 functions. Then you have to go through the painful process. I know it sounds painful, but making all that money is not easy, right? And the people who build these contracts are highly paid people with huge teams who spend most of their life, most of their time every day building this. So you have to look at each one of those contracts, find out what they do, or an easier way is look at the postmortems which have been given by in the Immunify Medium blog. They have a bunch of them. You can go through them, see which function calls were the source of the problem, right? And then you can then see if those functions exist in the output, and then look at the code surrounding it and understand the logic. Right now, I don't understand. Like I said, I'm learning Slither myself, albeit at a little bit rapid space, because I want to also find a bug here, eventually. So to understand the code logic that goes behind that particular function. And definitely the other thing which I can recommend, I highly recommend, which I'm also going to do and am doing, is to actually attempt the CTFs. There's some excellent CTFs called Ethernaut, and like there's a bunch of them. You can see, you can just Google it and find like a bunch of them, or you can go to that website which I mentioned, web3sec.com, and you go to the CTFs. The CTFs tells you in what manner to look at the function, in what manner to see how it's particularly exploited. Now, as I said, once you get all of the output, you see a lot of red. Don't get too excited, because it's a high noise, output. And then you have to sort of reaffirm them. You have to sort of verify them using other tools, or if you are very good at reading the code and at building logic, to actually use that logic to find out the source of the problem. Hopefully I have answered the question.
Yes, yes, it does. And yes, a lot of information and a wonderful tutorial that has been covered by you. Really been great. Can you share that site link with us, the Web3 Sec?
Okay,
Let's just
sure. It
point it out.
is W3BS3C. I am typing it out in the
Yes,
in
in the private chat, you can send it here, and we can just forward it out.
okay, I'm gonna do that right now. It is web3sec.com.
Got it. Right. And yes, and to the viewers, the slides will be shared as well after the end of the event, and any of the resources that are linked to this tutorial or anything like that will be shared as well. I will just communicate with Mohammed, and will
Sure.
take down all the notes, and we'll share it with you guys. And once again, just wanted to thank you for coming down to Unchained. It was great. And yes, hopefully, many of the guys who are actually looking forward to come into the Web3 security, it would have helped them because
I
they
I definitely hope so.
right, yes. Because like yes, it keeps the task very handy for all the users to not having your own machine and just keep the things in the
Yeah.
cloud, keep your security task. You can also do that with the branches as well that you pointed out,
Yep.
right? So all these things that are like that will help a lot. So yeah, with that, we'd like to thank you and hope to see you soon in our next event.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot, guys. I'm going to go
Mhm.
offline now.
Yeah, for sure. And bye bye, Muhammad. Have a great day. Here we go, my friend.
I think it's time to invite the next speaker for the
Yes,
event.
it's time to invite our community friend, the hacker himself, Joran. Please come onto the stage and share your scribbling with us. Yes, he's already there.
Thanks.
Hmm.
Uh, Let me share my screen.
Hmm.
It's working, right?
Yes.
Awesome.
All right. So with that, stage is all yours, Sharon. We only took like 10 minutes, but it's fine. Yes.
Yeah, that's not a problem. Thanks. All right. So today I'm gonna be talking a little bit about Scribble, which is also a tool to do security things around smart contracts. But it's gonna be a little bit more custom than what you would do with Slither. Uh, But before I dive too deeply into things, I'll give you guys a little bit of background on myself. I'm Joran. Like the most simple way to describe myself is that I'm a security nerd. So by day, I'm the product lead at Consensus Diligence, helping like building and publishing tools such as Mithril, Mythex, Vertigo, which is a mutation testing tool, and more recently, Scribble and diligence fuzzing. And Scribble is going to be the main topic of today's talk. By night, I like to do some bounty hunting, and you might know me from Twitter, where I post some nice essays and threads on fuzzing and Web3 security type things that I personally think are interesting. Um, Yes, let's see. To talk a little bit about the structure of today's talk, I have given several talks on Scribble before that are kind of introductory. Like I go through various examples and simple properties and go through what they are and what they look like and how you build them. This talk isn't going to be like that. So I'm going to do a really, really short introduction into Scribble, tell you a little bit about what it is, what it looks like, but then we're going to dive right into the matter. And I'm going to show you actually like how I apply this tool in my workflow, or like how I use this tool. So we're going to go through my process, and then we're going to actually apply it to two like real world examples, Uniswap VT2 and an ERC20 token. And then towards the end of the presentation, I have two topics which are kind of like these topics that come up when you start to do some advanced scribbling. It's like, and they'll give you a little bit of background in things that you might do when you use Scribble yourself. Right. Something is going wrong. That's weird. Okay, it's working now. So Scribble is a specification language at its base. This means that it's a language, like it's kind of like a programming language for writing specifications. Like you essentially define the behavior of a smart contract in this language. We use it with a technique called runtime verification. So what we do is we take the specs in the specification language and we translate it into runtime checks, so that when you run the same code, it will trigger proper like these event emissions whenever one of your properties is violated. And this enables something really cool, namely property-based testing, because what we can start to do is either run unit tests or fuzz tests that automatically cover the code base and that potentially trigger these property violations, and they will tell you essentially if there's a vulnerability in your code. That's kind of abstract. So here's a really short example that we'll also see later in this talk of what such a Scribble specification looks like. So you essentially write this inline documentation that's mostly based on what Solidity looks like itself, but with a few tweaks. So in this case, we have function annotations called if succeeds, and they say something about what should be the case in case when the function actually runs successfully. So it might revert, in which case we don't check the properties, but if it doesn't revert, then these properties must at least be the case. That's it for the super high level Scribble intro. Now for the process. And this process might actually look a lot like the process that people use when doing normal security reviews, because I know from a high level it's pretty similar. So the first step is like pretty straightforward as well. You got to learn about the system before you can accurately describe using a specification language what code is supposed to be doing. You got to understand what the code is supposed to be doing yourself. So you got to learn about the system, figure out the functionality, like what is it trying to do? Is it a landing platform or whatever? And then the next step is to figure out how it is actually doing or providing that functionality. The good news is if you are building smart contracts yourself, this step is super easy. Because you will already know like how your own smart contracts are supposed to be working, or at least I hope you do. Once you have a good understanding of the code base, the next step is to prioritize the elements of the code base that you want to focus on first. In the end, we don't want to spend days or weeks like wasting time on writing properties that won't cover any critical behaviors. We want to focus our time and be efficient. So I've written down 3 prompts here that kind of guide you towards the right elements of the code. So these are kind of centered around 1, the central functionality, like what is the code supposed to be doing? Then 2, the core assumptions that other people will make when integrating with your code. And I say other people, but I kind of include yourself in these other people too, because you might write code that interacts with your own code that has like cross-cutting assumptions. And then the last prompt is more important for larger code bases. And so today it's also not going to be a good prompt because the 2 examples that we're going to look at are relatively small. But it usually makes sense to focus your efforts on the elements of a code base that actually hold a lot of funds or that have a lot of risky operations in them. If you just have a smart contract that doesn't do much interesting or risky things, then you won't get a lot of added value by writing properties for them and eventually fuzz testing them. So once you have essentially gone through these prompts and figured out essentially the important parts that you want to focus on, that's when you can get started writing some properties. So enough talking, show me the code, let's try it. So the first example that I have here is going to be Uniswap v2. And I'm gonna guess that most of you are familiar with this system, and we're gonna try to answer these 3 questions. But the first thing that should really jump to mind when you hear Uniswap is console product AMM. So the core thing, or that Uniswap pioneered here, is this idea that you can have an automated market maker that uses a constant function invariant to facilitate trades. And so this is kind of the core, and they already use the word here, invariant. This is kind of the core assumption of this system, that there's this invariant, namely the constant product, which says that, well, if I take like a Uniswap pair has two tokens, it has balances in both, and the product of that can't decrease over a swap. So that will be our core assumption. The core functionality is simple. A Uniswap AMM, what it does is it facilitates trades, but it also facilitates liquidity provisioners, like, so that they are able to get some yield out of their assets. So those are two core functionalities for the system. And then lastly, to look at the code with the most risk. So Uniswap has a few components like a factory, a pair, a token, and definitely the smart contract where all the interesting logic is, where all of the money gets moved around. That is the pair contract. So when we write annotations, we should focus on this. And let me stop sharing this window for a minute and move over to VS Code, because I'm going to show you some properties. So this is actually or a lot of the properties that I'm going to write are already available on a Grid repo, and I'll share the link to that after this presentation. So moving over to my VS Code. Yes, everything is working correctly. So I have the Uniswap V2 pair open here. There's a lot of variables, a lot of logic, and you already see that I added some annotations here to some of the functions, but I deleted the ones for the interesting functions that we're gonna annotate today. So let's start with the beginning, where I mentioned this core invariant, like the constant product invariant. This is the invariant that must hold when you do swaps. So if you scroll down a little bit to go to the swap function, it should be right here. We can start writing properties by adding annotations right on top. So let's write in if succeeds here, because we want to say, well, this swap function is allowed to succeed if it satisfies the constant product invariant. And we can measure, the constant product or the product of the two reserves really simply by doing this. Reserve 0 times reserve 1. But really what we want to say is that we want to compare the state before to the state afterwards. So we want to say, well, the old product of the two reserves is equal to the new product. And well, some of you might already know or notice that this property is actually not correct, because you are completely within your rights, according to this contract, to dump whatever money you want into the system, as long as you increase the constant product during a swap. So you can actually, the system is okay with you taking really bad trades and giving the system a lot of money for free. And so the property is actually that there's no constant product, but a strictly increasing product. And this is essentially our core assumption, that the system validates this core property. And now we can dive into the functionality of the system. Again, one of the core functionalities of this system about swapping assets. The other is about providing liquidity. But since we're looking at the swap function, let's go for a property here first. And the property here is going to be super simple. I want to say, if you look at the interface here, you see two variables, amount out, amount 0 out, and amount 1 out. And we see here that they are transferred out to the to address. So we can say something here like we gotta make this interface all right, but we have token 0 and we take the balance off the to address and we add the amount 0 out, and then we say that it's equal to that balance. And now we gotta add that like timing element. We want to say that, well, here we don't want to measure the value afterwards, but the value before. So essentially what we're saying is the to address receives amount out of token 0 and a little bit of copy pasting, the best skill a developer can have, or an auditor really, gives us the other property. And again, some of you might notice that this is not correct either, because you can do this flash swap thing. So in some cases, we actually get to return some of the funds and pay a fee over that. But we know that essentially this property only holds whenever we don't submit any extra data to it. So let's encode that as well. If it's 0, so if we're not providing extra data that will cause a callback, then we know that we should get the balance added. And the thing here as well is, if we do provide data, then essentially the swap function doesn't really care about the resulting balance of the to address. There's no guarantee that this code gives, and also no guarantee that our properties should essentially encode that the recipient, being the to address, will receive any tokens in that case. And so the way that Uniswap actually works is they delegate this responsibility of checking that all the balances work to a periphery contract. So that's also where we would write our property saying, or where we would write these properties saying that, well, if there is this data length provided, then that higher level periphery contract would be the party responsible for checking the properties, those additional properties. So that encodes our swap function. Let's quickly dive into the mint function. Gonna speed through this a little bit and write another if succeeds. So the simplest property that you might come up with when you read this is you probably want to say something like, well, reserve 0 divided by reserve 1, which is essentially the price of this AMM, is equal, or between transactions, so before and after adding liquidity, the price of this AMM shouldn't change. That's actually not true again. So as you see, like, writing properties can be a very iterative process. And you might find that this property isn't true by just reading through the code, or by running a fuzzing campaign that will find a property violation and it will tell you something is wrong. And in this case, it would be the property. Because you're actually allowed to give too much money to the mint function. It won't really care because it gets free money after all. So what it does care about is not giving too much money away. So to write a property about like not giving too much money, we got to have some intermediary measurements of the ratios that we're providing, like what percentage increase are we giving to both of the reserves. So gonna do a little bit of copy pasting again. I'm saying, well, the ratio that we're increasing the first reserve with is gonna be reserve 0 divided by this. And doing a little bit more of copy pasting, the ratio that we're increasing reserve 1 with is going to be this. And now then we gotta also talk about the amount that we're getting out of this function, which is this liquidity variable. It's returned by the function. We can measure it through the balances, but let's just use this value because it's going to be easy. So we want to say that liquidity, or the liquidity that the minter gets out, is smaller than both ratios relative to the previous liquidity. So we can do that this way. Alt, let's see, and we can exit it like this. Total supply. And we also want to match the other one. Cool. But you'll see again, this property isn't complete because there's a weird edge case here in case the total supply didn't have anything. So we can say total supply. If it's not 0, if it exists already, if it's not being initialized, then this property must hold. And so now we have this simple property that says, well, you can increase reserve 0 or like the token balance of this contract of token 0, and you can increase the token balance of token 1. But we're gonna essentially pick the worst ratio increase between the two tokens, and that's going to be used to give you the liquidity for this contract and nothing else. And you'll see if you look at the code, that's actually being handled by this line, which takes a minimum between the two ratios as well. And now what we can do is run instrumentation here using the Scribble tool, run some fuzzing, and it will actually make sure that this check that's comparing the two ratios is actually implemented using this code. All right, let me now quickly jump back to my presentation, because that was what I wanted to show you around the Uniswap contract. So now I want to have a look at the ERC20 contract. We're going to go through the same 3 problems. What's the central functionality? What are the core assumptions? And where's the most risk? So first, functionality. This one is an open door, maybe again. So the functionality of a token is going to be super simple. You want to transfer tokens, and also you want to allow other people to transfer tokens for you. So this includes a transfer from and permissions and allowances. The core assumptions are pretty interesting here, because the core assumption, the first core assumption is that the total supply value variable is in sync with all the other variables in the contract. Other systems won't expect these to go out of sync. For example, that there are 10 tokens while the total supply is set at 5. That's a situation that should never happen. Another assumption that will depend on the specific token, but that people will have, or that your own code might have, is that a particular token is inflationary, deflationary, or that it has a constant supply. The final prompt, like I said, is going to be a little bit less interesting here, because really the contract is small already, so there's no like way to reduce the attack surface because it's one thing already. So again, let's have a look at that and look at the token implementation. Over here. Cool. So let's start with these high-level assumptions again, because they will be super easy to describe using invariants and contract level specifications. The first, oh, let me not write a typo. The first property that I mentioned was that the bookkeeping was all right. And I specifically was talking about the total supply being in sync with the balances array. And what we want to say is that all the balances, when we add all of them up, it's equal to this total supply variable. And using pure Solidity, this would be pretty difficult, but in our case, we have the power of Scribble, and it gives us this really awesome function, essentially, called unchecked sum, which we can give the balances mapping, which will instrument a whole lot of logic to be able to measure the sum of the balances. And now we have, and this allows you to get this super simple property that captures that core behavior. The other behavior is, let's talk about, okay, does it work now? Cool. Okay, so for those of you watching, not seeing the private chat, is apparently the sharing the screen was broken for a minute there. Apologies. And I was just trying to figure it out. Okay, so to recap a little bit then, here I have a property that compares the total supply value here to the sum of the balances mapping, making sure that they are in sync. The other property that I mentioned is around inflationary, like the total supply over time. So in this case, we're going to have to use an if succeeds property. This describes how things are allowed to change. And I'm going to say in this case that the token is either has a constant supply or that it is inflationary using this statement. Total supply is smaller than. So this property says, well, after every transaction, the total supply is the same or larger, and this will allow any inflationary token. We can also make it a constant supply like this. Deflationary tokens will be a little bit more difficult because you want to usually define very strict parameters around when things are allowed to increase and decrease. So a global if succeeds property might not make sense there. But in this case, we essentially captured our two core assumptions in these properties here. Then diving into the core functionality, and I'll only have a look at the transfer function here, not the approvals, because it's very similar logic. In this case, we're talking about a function again, so I'm going to write a quick if succeeds property. And really what the transfer does is really simple. It just updates balances, and it takes value from me sending, and then it gives you value as a receiving party. So I can write that using old again. I can say, well, I've got this mapping with the balances, and your balance plus your old balance plus the value will be equal to your new balance. But if I'm sending tokens to myself, that's not the case, of course. So it's not equal to 2. So I'm gonna write this like limiting implication. Similarly, as a sender, I'm gonna not receive the value, but I'm gonna lose it after this too. And then to wrap it up, we need one more thing to talk about this. When I'm sending tokens to myself, nothing will happen. Yep, that's it. So now we have the core functionality of the transfer. We can do the same for approvals and then the transfer from, but you see the properties look really similar, but there's a little bit more logic going on around making sure that the right approvals are in place and that the right bookkeeping is being handled for these properties, for the variables related to approvals. And that's really like all you need to do for an ERC20. This is decidedly a simpler case than the Uniswap example, but it does still highlight the way that you can go about these things, going for the core assumptions with invariants and these high-level properties at the top of contracts, and then talking about specific behaviors using these if succeeds properties. And going back to my presentation again, hoping that it will actually share the screen correctly this time. Giving it a second. Yes, it should work now. Cool. That's the practical part of this talk. I now want to go into two more, not philosophical topics, but meta topics really to using Scribble. And specifically, the first topic is gonna be in relation to fuzzing. So if you are interested in fuzzing in the Web3 space, you probably have read a little bit about these tools. So these are the open source tools that use a very particular way to set up fuzzing. And the way that you set up fuzzing here is what I would usually call almost a type of fuzzing harness. You essentially write in code a type of entry point into the program that guides the fuzzer in performing particular steps. This can be super useful if you want to like expose essentially private functions to the fuzzer. If you want to explore really custom scenarios, like you do an approval and then you do a transfer from, and then you set up an auction, and like a very long sequence might be really difficult for these fuzzers in particular to figure out. And this way you get to trigger very custom scenarios. And you get to do really focused campaigns. A quick note here: if you use like a gray box fuzzer, like we have a diligence fuzzing, you won't have a lot of these issues. But using a fuzzing harness can still be great because it affords you the power to really focus the fuzzer into what it's supposed to be doing. But what I really want to say is that Scribble is really useful in this context. And to show you what I mean by that, or to explain that, I'm not going to make any arguments, and I'm just going to show how you can use Scribble together with a fuzzing harness or a fuzz test case like you have, for example, in DevTools. So this is a documentation example that I just did a little bit from the DevTools documentation. So this is a really simple property-based test, actually, that checks whether this function withdrawn has or meets this property that the amount is added into the ETH balance of the sender. And this is actually like we just did the example of the token. It's something really simple that is really easy to define in Scribble. So what we can do actually is we can remove this check from the harness and move it into Scribble, where it is incredibly easy to write and read. And it's actually next to the code describing what it's supposed to be doing. So it's actually much, much easier to make sure that it stays up to date when you like adjust the code. And what we can now do is like we can run the instrumentation, then the fuzzing campaign, and it will just work. What's even cooler is that you can add properties like this, and your test withdrawal harness will essentially still guide the fuzzer to checking this function, but now both properties would be tested. So the second property is one I came up with at random. Basically, I assume that a smart contract with a withdrawal function has some kind of balance keeping. So, and I assume that if you withdraw amount, that balance gets subtracted by amount somehow. So this property essentially says something about the internal bookkeeping of the example contract. And that's really it. So you use the harness to guide the fuzzer into like which actions it needs to perform and how it needs to perform them. And then you can use Scribble in addition to actually formulate the properties. And in some case, you would still reach for writing your test case completely in Solidity. I won't argue that would be useful sometimes, but in a lot of cases, there's this beautiful synergy between the two techniques of doing property tests. Cool. The second topic, let me update the page. The second auxiliary topic that I wanted to talk about today is the software design topic, and I realize it can be like a contentious topic a little bit. But what I want to talk about is changing code so that it becomes easier to fuzz them. And yeah, so this immediately raises the question: should you even do that? Should you change code so that the security tools have it easier? The answer is maybe. In some cases, the answer is a definite no. If you are an auditor and you're auditing a project that's supposed to launch in a week or two, it's not an option. If you want to change the code in very esoteric ways that it becomes much less readable and less functional, and also that your analysis tool has an easier time in analyzing the code, the answer is no as well. But what the argument I want to make here is that there's a range of things that you can do in terms of code design that first make the code more readable and understandable and better, like from a lot of philosophical, code philosophical perspectives, but that also make it easier to write properties for and to do fuzzing for. And so there's really one concept that I want to talk about today, and that's the first concept of the solid design principles, and then single responsibility. It's really simple. Instead of having one function with spaghetti code that does literally everything, you split up everything such that every function or class in legacy development has their own isolated behavior. Nothing should be doing two things at the same time. What's nice about this is that we get to write properties around every single behavior and every single function, and we get to describe them in isolation. And these properties end up being much more simple and concise. What's even more nice is that we can also fuzz every little function in isolation, or developers can do this, making sure that at least they in isolation are correct. And then afterwards, we still have to tie everything together, probably in an overarching orchestration function that calls everything. But we get to focus there on writing properties that talk about the global behavior and that ensure that the global behavior is correct. So we essentially split things up, and it's not just better for fuzzing in this case or for writing properties. It's better because you also get to reason about things in isolation, and brains are just not that good at putting too many things in your brain at the same time. This is kind of a limitation of our working memory, and essentially your code will become easier to think about too. So there is this final design principle that I want to quickly highlight that has been really popular in formal verification, and this is the design by contract or the use of code contracts. And this is kind of a confusing name in this space because smart contracts. So code contracts are not smart contracts. The way to think about this is really a mental model, is that every function, every class essentially has a contract that they sign and that they promise that they will adhere to. So everything calling into a function can assume that whatever this contract says is correct and that the function will do exactly that. And so this contract takes the shape of annotations, if succeeds annotations, for example. So you go into your code base and you annotate each function describing the contract that it adheres to. And then the idea here is that if you write these functions that or orchestrating functions or other functions that use it, you essentially get to assume that that contract is true. And the nice thing is we'll instrument those properties, so we actually know during a fuzzing campaign that, well, the code contract is either true or the fuzzer will find a property violation. So this gives you a really nice way to abstract and separate properties so that it becomes super easy to write them. And that's it. Let me make sure it renders correctly again. So the main takeaway out of all of this is one that I didn't mention before, but Scribble is free and open source. It probably works with virtually every tool out there because it inserts runtime assertions, and most of the tools check for those. You can find it on GitHub, but a quick Google should probably also work. If you want to get a more basic introduction into Scribble with some nice workshop examples that you can go through, last year actually at the same conference, I did a workshop. I believe that's on YouTube, so give that a watch. We also have a bunch of material around Scribble and fuzzing on the Diligence blog, and I do post on Twitter a lot about fuzzing and Scribble and techniques like these that you can use to well, find bugs or make your own smart contracts more secure. And that's it. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Iran, for the wonderful scribbling. Yes, so I was actually following along with the presentation. Yeah, I was doing some tasks with that. Yeah, so yeah, it was wonderful, and yeah, some new insights and some new properties based information that I got. And yes, the audience are kind of appreciating the talk about the content,
Thanks.
and we have some excellent presentation. Oh, okay. So that Davis has asked, is diligence team hiring security engineers?
Yes, definitely. So you can give me a ping on Twitter if you want, but I believe it, I'm not sure if we have a link easily accessible, but yeah, it should be on the consensus job posting board. Just look for diligence. But yes, definitely.
Surely. And Davis, yeah, will add a link over to the consensus carriers and all, so you can just go ahead and check them out. Yeah, with that, it was pretty wonderful. And yeah, hopefully we'll do more fuzzing around with Scribble and all. And yes, with that, I guess let's wait for 5-10 minutes from the audience to get some more questions if they have.
Yep.
Yeah, it has been a really interesting talk. Like audience is appreciating a lot about the talk.
Cool.
So one
That's
thing I was
great to hear.
considering, yeah, one thing I was considering, can't we release some baselines as kind of properties for some basic like contracts, like boilerplate contract, like ERC20 tokens are there, 721s, right?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we're
Yes.
actually building a type of like Scribble libraries almost
Mhm.
into the Scribble tool that will allow you to do simple things like you will be able to say add ERC20 and then tell it like which variable that encodes the total supply, and then it will add all the annotations for you. This
Mhm.
like there's a small limitation here because if you just have a basic ERC20 token, you will
Mhm.
probably just take the Open Zeppelin implementation, which is like awesome.
Right.
And if you do something custom, then you will probably deviate from like how normal ERC20s work. So you will
Correct.
need some like different specs. So you would need to do some tweaks in that case.
Mhm.
So really, what I would do in most people's case is go for my gist.
Mhm.
I'll put it in the Discord channel.
Mhm.
And copy paste everything that applies and then make some tweaks where it doesn't,
Mhm.
uh, and go from there. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, because don't you think that would be kind of a wonderful thing that we can give to the community? Like, let's say someone is just building up a very simple basic ERC20 token, but wants to be sure about the, like, say, test cases, or is it completely fine? and but don't want to go for a complete audit, let's say, right? So they can just do this.
Okay, so I would never skip an audit,
Yeah, yeah,
but
got it.
so we're talking about a simple ERC20. So,
Mhm,
but the core argument you're making, I would agree with that.
mhm,
It's a very low effort thing. Like
mhm,
the annotations are like maybe one-on-one copy pasting.
mhm,
Okay, nice. I see you posted it in YouTube chat.
mhm,
So you just have to copy paste it, and then you can use most fuzzers to just check that the implementation that you wrote is actually implementing these specs. Like I would want to say, like if you add functionality, then you do need to write properties for that new functionality because
mhm.
otherwise that might break everything.
Right, that's the right thing. Yes, so I guess with that, yes, mostly done. Everyone is saying, yeah, it was an interesting talk. And yes, hopefully, like, yeah, at least I follow Scribble for my testing and all. So hopefully, like, it will encourage all of the others as well to do some fuzzing as well, not just be limited with the manual reviews and all. Just fuzz around, and maybe you will find an unintentional path around, and yes, get some bugs. So yeah, with that, I would like to say thanks like one more time to be a part of Unchained 2022. It's been like 2 years constantly, and yeah, hoping for like to see you back in the third year as well. And yeah,
Sure.
with that, yeah, thanks for joining, Joran. It was a wonderful session, and see ya. Have a great day.
See
Bye
you
bye.
guys.
All right, our name.
Yeah, I think it's
Yes.
time we wind up the AC session for a quick break.
Yes.
And
Yeah. So let
uh,
me switch on my camera. You can see, we all need some rest, right? So let's take. Yeah. So after all these wonderful talks, I think we can take some rest. Probably half an hour, and we'll come back with some more exciting talks from some more renowned speakers who
yeah,
are constantly contributing in the open source world and constantly helping each and every one of us, right?
yeah,
So, hoping to see you around after the break, and we'll catch up. All right.
yeah. Everyone, stay tuned. We will just be back about in a half an hour with
Mm-hmm.
all industry speakers
Mm-hmm.
joining us right after. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
All right. Got it. All right, Gene. I will connect back text on just DM me on Discord, and I will help you around with the capture verification law. All right. See ya, guys. See you after the break. Bye bye.